Didn't sleep much last night.
No, not that. Needed a good workout apparently. I had muscles sore this morning I didn't even know I had.
Really?
Which muscles?
Geez, that's a good thing you didn't get a full on.
Just reminds me of like those late night infomercials that used to sell those machines that shock your abs and stuff.
Oh.
It's like that one.
You have one? You bought one of them?
No, Kimberly did.
Oh, okay.
But I tried it once just for a little bit.
You get ripped from it?
No.
Well, Rick, so you weren't too taken with the machine, basically?
No, all the ab
Yeah.
shocker things? You know, those things are like freaking fingernails on a chalkboard. I'd do something.
Okay, well, Israel, we're run through this same stuff that we do every time. We're running tape here just so we make sure we get all the facts straight. So.
All right.
I just want to confirm we didn't interrupt a meeting with your attorney when we picked you up here
No.
in court today, right? Or at the jail today, I'm sorry. Right?
No.
Okay. And you're here voluntarily, right?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that we can't talk about anything to do with the case involving Samantha Koenig. If you do start talking about that stuff, then we'll have to stop the interview and we'll have to take you back to jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to run through your Miranda rights here. I know we've been through them before, but we're going to run through them one more time. Before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yes.
And with that explanation in mind, are you willing to waive your rights and speak with us today?
Yes.
One other thing, you've got standby counsel appointed in this particular matter. I believe it's Rich Kurtner.
Yes.
And it may also be Jacqueline Walsh. I'm not 100% sure of that, but be that as it may, do you want either of those attorneys present today?
No.
Are you on any medications or any other substances that we should know about?
No.
And are you having any difficulty understanding where you're at or what's going on?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. All right, now that we're done with that, I apologize. We're going to jump in here, and the first thing I got to tell you, Israel, we talked about a little bit earlier, that stunt yesterday in the courtroom did not go over well.
With who?
Well, with a lot of folks, not the least of which were the prosecutors. And that was the delay, actually, getting in here is we knew you had some legal questions, and so we reached out for them to say, hey, Israel says he's got some questions. Are you guys available to speak to him? And I couldn't even get one. One of them was in court, and the other one said, basically, what the fuck, after yesterday. So they didn't think that was too funny.
Why are they afraid I'd actually get away? That would be embarrassing for them, I guess.
No, it's. I don't think that they were looking at it from that perspective.
Lawyers just don't like excitement. That's all it is.
Well, it's more of a understanding that they thought we were kind of working towards a goal, and they're working on trying to keeping Vermont on board and doing everything.
I would have sent them an anonymous letter.
Yeah. And so they're kind of wondering where we're at with that. Where are we at with what's changed since yesterday?
More handcuffs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, what's changed for you, though?
Nothing. Possibly additional charges. Well, I don't understand why it surprises me that they would take that personally at all. It really doesn't have anything to do with them.
Well, I didn't interpret it as though they took it personally. They're very concerned and very frustrated because I think in their mind we had a business relationship set up here, and they worked very hard to kind of lay out their position and the things that they thought that they could potentially do that would be in your interest based on the information you've provided. So they felt like we had a business relationship, and they felt like the actions that you took yesterday really kind of threw that out the window. And I gotta be honest, it kind of looked that way from our perspective too.
Oh, I disagree. I mean, honestly, and I know we can't go too far back into some of the original interviews that I had with them, but by their own words yesterday in their opening statement to the judge in court, I feel like they have not been honest with me about what my bottom line has been throughout all this, and that's what I wanted to talk to them about. So I'm not going to take it out on you guys, but I do have some serious issues right now. There's some sort of obvious communication breakdown over the entirety of this whole situation, and it's easy to sit there and say on the recording, we're not here to talk about the Koenig case, but the fact of the matter is that they're the same people that I talked to about that originally. So you understand my position on that. So I understand I'm not allowed to talk to that, and I respected their wishes about not talking to them about that either without my attorney present, but I have some serious frustrations right now regarding matters related to that. So that's as far as that's concerned, and I don't think it's something that can't be worked out. I've been trying to work it out from my end, but apparently there's only so much I can do. So that's what I wanted to speak to them about, and not in a matter of any specifics regarding any other case, just like general topics. Like I say, it's the topics that were discussed in open court yesterday. So it's that's a frustration to me right now that they won't talk to me about those topics, but it's okay to talk about it in open court. That's I'm not buying that, so that's okay.
Well, there are different rules for what can be done in open court because your attorneys are present, the judge is present, and when we're having discussions over here, we've got to adhere to a different set of rules.
Right, because you have me
Right.
sequestered away from. Right, I understand that, and I've been working on that as much as I can from my end. But there really is just like a couple very simple questions I have to ask them, and I need to get a straight answer from somebody before I can move forward on it, because I'm not getting a straight answer on my end. So.
Okay. So you think they might be able to provide you with some
Yes, I
general questions
Right.
about
Right. Not even questions related to the case. Just
And are you talking about the hearing yesterday afternoon or the hearing yesterday morning?
Yes. Well, let's see.
Because you had two hearings.
Yeah, it
yesterday.
didn't. Let's see. First hearing. No, it was pretty much strictly related to the afternoon hearing.
How about if you can give me the general question, we might be able to make a phone call and see if they can.
Well, okay.
Generally.
My position has been, and I made no secret about this. My position has been that I want to talk to them about the Koenig case and find out, where we stand with that.
But you know we can't do that, and they can't do that right now without.
Right. No, I understand that. But
So we don't want to talk about the Koenig
the
case.
impression that I spoke to him before, and he gave me the impression that he was open to that, but only if my attorneys were present. And I said, okay, fine. I'll talk to him. We'll set it up. That was a month ago. So there's communication.
Oh, I see.
That's all I can say about it, because they're not here, to state their case, their side of the story. But I do know what they've been telling me, and so if he he made it clear that, at least at that time, that he was open to that suggestion that I had, and I'm assured that. I guess it just comes down to I don't know who to believe right now. There's something is there's a hitch in the communication somewhere.
No, that's fair.
And honestly, I wasn't that concerned about it until yesterday, and I heard some of the things that were said in court, and
some of the things that were said by the
prosecution.
Or the prosecution. Okay.
I think it was Russo who was speaking. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he was, from what he said, I was not at all happy with the. And actually, I had heard. I had heard a day or two before that hearing that was what was going on, and I had no idea. And then to hear it confirmed in court like that would kind of just, was frustrating to me. So, and honestly, I'm not gonna get all in a tizzy about it until we can at least talk about it and find out what is going on. It's not that I'm not willing to accept people's explanations for what's going on. It's just that no one's giving me an explanation.
Well, I guess my thought on that is we've tried to do that, and we'll continue to try to do that. But just keep in mind that all of us are, we're bound by the rules that are set down for us.
Yes.
And in some cases, the rules will be more restrictive than usual, and that's kind of what's going on here, to be perfectly honest.
Because of its high profile and all that.
Well, yeah, there's that, and then sometimes there's just additional rules that we have to live by, and like the standby counsel thing, frankly, is kind of unusual. We don't run into that very often.
Right.
And there are some other things, and I'm not going to get into it because it's kind of legal stuff, and it's not really my strong suit. But just keep in mind that the attorneys are juggling more things than they normally would.
Right.
And there are things I think that we would all like to be able to talk with you about, but we just haven't had that opportunity yet.
Right, and that's my concern.
Are these questions that you have for the attorneys, questions under the conditions that we have to speak about? Are these questions that they're going to be able to answer, or are they just going to tell you, we can't talk to you about that because it's not related?
There are questions they're probably not going to want to answer unless I have.
Okay. So it's not something that they can even answer in this environment right now.
Not right here right now. But I would like reconfirmation on the previous statement that Feldes had told me. I mean, and he gave me that statement in an interview that was, with just me. And I don't know if he was saying it as an official response or if he was just saying it to placate me. But he did say he was willing to do that, to have a meeting with me and whoever, whatever counsel was required so that we could discuss things openly. And it hasn't happened.
Well,
and you think that?
And I'm not.
And you think we're on this side stalling that?
I don't know who's stalling. Somebody's stalling it.
Okay.
That's all I can say for sure. And it's not me.
One thing we can tell you is neither Kevin nor Frank are the kind of guys that are going to tell you something just to shine you on. So if
I haven't got that impression. No,
they're not. And so if they've told you something, it is something that they believe can be done. And I don't always understand all the reasons why things work exactly the way they do in the legal system, but they're not going to bullshit you. It's just not their style.
Right. I agree with you, and I believe you up to a point. I mean, I'm not. It's not like I'm here expecting special treatment. I have no doubts about what my part is in all this. I'm just saying that, from what I've seen and from what my dealings are with them so far, I'm more inclined to put my faith in the things I've heard from them than from certain other people. So,
that they have gone through what they're trying to work out, and what I think they have worked out with Vermont is unheard of too. I think they
Well, I mean, and
we were prepared to come and talk to you about that today, and I just that the lawyers are just, they're just not sure where we stand now because of Yes Man. They want some assurance that we're still kind of going.
Well, that is a good point. I hadn't even thought of it in that light. That now that it's on the news, people there are going to read it too. So.
Well, and that's the difficulty that they're having. They've been on conference calls talking to them, saying, "I thought this guy was, I thought he's on board," and so frankly, that's why we went through this trouble today to meet with you today, to just kind of, so we could give them a feel for how things are and where we stand and what we can tell them where we stand. And this was just,
Yeah, well, I mean, I know it's going to be hard for anybody to accept, but especially them, I would imagine that that didn't really have anything to do with our arrangement.
And but I don't
From my
think it's-
perspective,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, but I mean, I don't think it's something that they can't work past. They've worked through some pretty miracle stuff right now, so I think this is something they can probably, they want some assurance that we're going to be able to go back down that same road that we were on. And we've made a major turn.
I don't imagine this will stay strictly between you and me and people in this room, but I believe the people in this room know me well enough now to know that when I say what happened yesterday has nothing to do with our arrangement, and like I say, it's not some part of some grand scheme. I already know how this all ends for me, so.
Well, I mean, it's good. I think that we can hear that from you. That was an opportunity that happened there, and
Right. That's what it was.
Some of the things that they're concerned about and that they're getting questioned about by, like Vermont, for example, because like Jeff said, we know that they had a long conference call with Vermont today trying to explain what happened and answer questions in, Vermont. We saw a draft version of the letter, and it was everything you asked for. I mean, it truly was. And I think they're trying to answer some pretty tough questions from Vermont right now about basically what the fuck.
Right, but I mean, even still, from their perspective, come on, let's face it. Yeah, what happened yesterday? Ooh, I'm a bad guy. I tried to escape, but let's be honest. Nobody really thought I was a good guy before that, so it's not like being escaping suddenly makes me untrustworthy. I was kind of untrustworthy before that, so.
at least you have the perspective of, have an unrealistic perspective of.
Yeah, I'm not, and obviously, I think you probably especially know that I'm not going to get another opportunity like that, at least not within my lifetime. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell them. All I can say is that, nothing's changed as far as my day-to-day and my reality. It's still the same.
You still envision a way where we can get to meet both of our goals, where we can get what we want out of this.
I think so, but like I say, after yesterday, I had some frustrations of my own. So that was kind of the catalyst that
So what you're saying is there's a couple things you need cleared up from them.
I do, yeah, and and honestly, like we've talked about before, like all this other stuff, this like little bargaining chips, whatever you want to call it, that is all one thing, but everybody knows what my bottom line concern is in all this, that I wanted this all wrapped up as quickly as possible, and like I say, I was in open court yesterday, and it's obviously not happening that way. So that's and I'm. It's not that, like I say, it's not that I'm pointing the finger, placing blame on anyone. I haven't even had an explanation of why things are the way they are. So how do I know whose fault it is, or if it's anyone's fault? I don't even know that. So, but that doesn't mean it didn't kind of. Because I remember all the interviews we've had. I remember what was said since day one, and my perspective hasn't changed on any of that. Yeah, granted, we've talked about a lot more things since then, but those are all things that I already had in my head before. Just because they're out on the table now, that doesn't change anything of what I wanted originally, what we talked about originally. It's all still the same issue. So. Anyway, that's
okay.
It's all good.
So all that being said, where can we go from here?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know that we can go anywhere until I get some straight answers on, you know, what I was just talking about. Because really that has been my bottom line all along, and you know, I won't be a bit. I think I know what's going on, but I need confirmation before I decide to take the next step or steps, whatever it takes to.
And I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but I mean, it's very possible that it's something, whatever your questions are, that they may not be able to answer them because.
Right, for other reasons. Yeah. No, I understand. I mean, I know there's, regardless of how unusual this situation is, that doesn't mean we can make it even more unusual. So,
I mean,
I know they still have guidelines and rules they have to follow. And, you know, I'm not expecting all the answers.
nobody wants to cross a line that we've been told by a judge can't be crossed. And
right.
They can't do that. Nobody can. And so.
Yeah. No. I know.
I mean, all I can tell you is you're going to have to use your judgment on the information that you're getting and see if you can deal from it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but it's it's not an easy thing when you get everything through a middleman, as it were. So, like I say, I don't know who to put the blame on right now. I'm pretty sure I know, but you know, I was trying really hard to work with everybody on this, keep everybody happy, but as we all know, that doesn't always happen. So, and I don't want this to turn into any more. My whole concern with in all of this, and I know what's going to happen. If I have to do it, I will. But you know, if I have to take the next step and just freaking, you know, it's going to turn into even more of a three-ring circus and more
that nobody wants.
Right, and nobody wants that, and I don't think they want that. So that's why I thought it was in everyone's best interest that, you know, that we could all have a meeting, you know, like at all parties involved. But once again, sit down and have a meeting, just like in the beginning. Like when there was no question about the legality or whether this was proper or improper. You know what? There was nothing weird or unusual about that. It was a standard interview, and there was no objections or court orders or paperwork or petitions. You know, all this stuff that's happened since then, it seems like it's done nothing. It hasn't changed anything. I still come over here and talk to you about stuff. It hasn't changed any of that. It hasn't changed my bottom line at all. All it's done is made everything more complicated for everyone else involved. And at the bottom of that, I don't get a straight answer on anything. Well, I mean, maybe I have been. I hope I have been, at least on a few things, but definitely not on everything. Because I'm not there. I don't know. I don't see all the emails. I don't see all the paperwork. I don't hear what's said. You know, and it's not even that I want to hear or know all that stuff, but I'd at least like to hear and know about the stuff that pertains to me and what my interest in it is. So.
I think one of their concerns, and I think we all share it, is that yesterday's actions, regardless of why you took them, are just going to create new hurdles for them. From the standpoint of, I mean, literally they had something, I really think it was just about agreed to. It may have even been agreed to, and I just don't know it. But like I said, we saw a draft version of the letter that had, I think, everything that you discussed or wanted. So they had achieved that, and then that stuff yesterday has now endangered that. In addition, you know, I think they're concerned now that maybe you have a different agenda than what you've told us because you were very specific. You know, I don't want any media attention. This has created a bit of a frenzy. I got to believe that your next court appearance is going to be standing.
There's going to be
There's probably going to be a lot of vigilantes guarding the door on that one.
I'm afraid there's going to be, you know, there was only a couple meet and greet people there yesterday. I'm afraid tomorrow's going to have a fair amount more media people, unfortunately.
And then arguably one of the probably biggest potential hurdles now is, we know you've indicated that you want to represent yourself on the things for which you're not charged, and this could be a huge hurdle now that didn't previously exist.
Right. No, I get that, yeah.
These are all things that all of us are thinking about, but to be honest, they're probably more focused on it than the rest of us. And you may not have thought about those things, but that's what they're mulling over.
Right. No, I get that. I get what you're saying. And honestly, I really hadn't thought of it at all until you mentioned it. I was concerned about the media coverage, not really thinking about the effect it would have on the things we've discussed, thinking more about, that is my bottom line. I didn't want a bunch of press and didn't want a bunch of drama. And honestly, I could have lived with the drama as long as I had been successful in escaping. But since I didn't, now I'm like, man, I really wish I hadn't created all this drama.
Well, maybe we could we could step out and I can make a phone call over and just express some things. Just let them know some concerns. I don't know what the specific questions are. It sounds like they're probably questions that wouldn't be able to be answered in this setting with the people that are here.
No,
because
probably not. But I mean, you get the gist of what I'm saying. I think, and I'm not.
I appreciate that your honesty and then.
I'm not. I have no problem with other people speaking for me. The bottom line is I get to make all the decisions in the end. I'm not going to be coerced or tricked into something that I don't know I'm getting into at this point. So yeah, I mean, if you need to pass on in your own words whatever you think is going on, go for it. And the more communication we have on the issue, the quicker it can get resolved, and I can get to the bottom of whatever's going on my end. So,
All right, well, let us step out for a minute and we'll be back with you.
All right.
Okay, Andrew, appreciate your patience here. We talked to the attorneys, and they're more than happy to sit down and talk with you, just like Kevin
Always
said.
have been.
Yeah,
Whenever.
just like Kevin said before, nothing's changed, and we knew that, but we just
Okay.
reconfirmed that. And they had us, what they're going to do is they're going to draft a letter that says, we understand, we, the prosecutors, understand that Israel Keys wants to sit down and talk about whatever issues.
Things.
Yeah. Just leave it completely open with his attorneys, with your attorneys.
Right.
They're ready. They're ready first thing tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Okay.
And they're going to send that to your attorneys, and you should get a copy.
They're going to
of it as
CC a
well.
copy to you so you know that it was sent.
All right. Good.
And
Well, my attorney should show up tonight, so that's good to know.
so you'll have a
Heads
copy. You'll have a copy of the letter. You'll know exactly what it says, and then it's up to you and your attorneys whether or not you follow through on it.
All right. Well, that would be much better than a full shot in the dark.
Yep.
And they're not doing this to blow you off here today. It's just they're concerned that you're going to ask questions.
I
that you
kind of
can't.
told them what was going on, and
No, that's fine. I mean,
they don't want to cross the line. They want to be.
No, I agree. I don't want to talk about these things until we can talk about
Okay.
them. I don't want to pussyfoot around or, like talk around the edges of issues when we could just get it all out in the open. And that's what I've been trying to do. But, apparently I was right in my assumptions, so that's good to know. We'll get things moving now, and especially, if they get that letter to them, and then there's no doubt in my mind as to what's going on. So.
Okay. And we'll talk to them, and they'll shoot that out as soon as they can. And who knows? Maybe you guys will get it even this evening.
Yeah, and then I don't know. Have you guys heard what time I have court tomorrow?
I think it's at 2:00.
Yeah, I think it is.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
So there's plenty of time.
Yeah. All right. Well,
All right.
it's good to know. I imagine I'll see you tonight. So yeah.
All right.
Some words.
Well, I think unless you have any other questions or anything else you want to.
not. I don't know.
You want to nap before tonight?
No. I don't think so.
All right. Well, hang tight for us here for just a minute.
All right.
And we'll be back, and we'll probably be heading back. All right.
All right.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay, is there all set?
All right.
Moving is even more of a process now.
One of the lawyers got you this.
Lawyers, huh?
Israel, how you doing?
All right.
Hey, Israel, how you doing?
All right.
Phil, this is back east in some meetings
Oh,
this
okay.
week, but I figured it'd be a good opportunity to sort of update you on some of the developments in Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to go through their usual advisement. I'll be first.
All right.
As you know, we're recording things here, so we got the stuff on. I just want to confirm some of the stuff that we talked about at the jail. We didn't interrupt the meeting with your attorneys when we arrived there today, did we?
No.
And it's your choice to come here, as always, and you're here voluntarily, is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand we can't talk about anything that has to do with Samantha Koenig. If we do, or if you start talking about that, we'll have to stop the interview and transport you back to jail. You understand that, right?
Yes.
I'm going to run through your Miranda rights here real quick. I know we've been through these quite a few times, but we'll run through them again. Before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yes.
Okay. And with this advisement in mind, are you willing to waive your rights and speak with us today?
Yes.
As you know, you've got standby counsel that's been appointed in this matter. I believe it's Rich Kirtner and Jacqueline Walsh. Do you have any desire to have either one of them present today?
No.
Or any attorney whatsoever? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Have you been taking any medications or any other substances here in the last 24 hours?
No.
Are you having any difficulty understanding where you're at, what's going on?
No.
All right, I think that takes care of things. I'll turn it over to you.
So I just wanted to update you on where we were and where we are now with the discussion with the state authorities in Vermont. You know, we talked about trying to get that agreement with them.
Right.
And we do have a letter. And I'll show you the letter and give you some time to read it. This letter is dated May 23rd of 2012, which was last Wednesday. But since this point, we've had some opportunity to discuss the contents of the letter with Vermont. They still stand by everything in the letter. And I can certainly share with you emails to that effect. But let me let you read this thing. Copies for you guys too.
Okay.
So I think pretty good letter.
I think I know that attorney.
Really?
Yeah, Thomas Esquire.
Thomas Donovan?
Mm-hmm.
Goes by TJ.
His name was really familiar. I think he was on my land deed or something. That was years and years ago.
Really? So anyway, here's my take on the letter.
Okay.
I think it really accomplishes everything that you want and that we want. But as I told you like last week, this isn't a legal document.
Right.
It's not a, it's not like it creates rights or you can enforce it or anything, but what this is a showing of good faith, by the Vermont authorities. And
Right.
they're basically saying, hey, we're on board, as long as Israel is cooperating with you, we agree to do those things. Which
Right.
effectively, prevents them from running to the press and charging you under state law, because after all, they know this letter's out here.
Right.
So, it would be political suicide if they tried to do anything with your case
Mhm.
without at least consulting with us first. So this is, in my mind, a home run. I remember last time, you said something about showing it to your attorneys. I mean, do you want them to look at this, or do you want to?
If you could
Sure.
forward them, email them a copy of
Sure.
that, yeah, that would be good, I guess. It seems that the letter is addressed to Kevin Feldis, so I mean that makes me feel better. Obviously, it's addressed to me. I can't really put any stock in it, but
Sure.
if it's a communication between the two of them, then that's good. And I also noticed that it's written by the state attorney versus the federal attorney. But you said that the state. Now, so that's the prosecuting attorney for the county or the district.
That's for the state of Vermont.
So she's federal.
No, she's a state prosecutor.
Oh, okay.
So she is under the state's attorney here is T.J. Donovan, and so this is the Chittenden County Prosecutor's Office. They handle all state crimes committed in Chittenden County, which my understanding that's where Essex is, right next to
Right.
Providence. So in terms of the federal prosecutors, they're within Department of Justice anyway. So we're on the same team, so to speak, as them.
Right.
It was just a matter of the state and locals. And, I've been emailing back and forth with these people. I can share that with you, some of it, but I just want to make clear, I mean, you certainly, I can email that to your standby counsel, no problem. Are you okay talking about this letter today without them present?
Yeah, I don't mind talking about it. I just wanted to have them review it
Sure.
to get their take on it. I wasn't even going to ask them for their advice, just see what they had to say about it.
It's
So.
up to you as to whether or not you
Right.
get advice from it. But, like I said, this isn't like a legally binding contract. I don't think
Right.
anybody's going to contend it is. It's basically, just a document that
It just puts some of the facts on the table.
It puts the facts and their intentions on the table, which is
Right.
really what, it was a huge burden that came off of us last week when we got this. Obviously, because we've been telling them you didn't want publicity, you wanted to kind of keep
Right.
a low profile. The incident last Wednesday kind of complicated things for us because then they were basically wondering, well, does he want no publicity, or it sounds like he does. So that was their perspective on things. So I spent some time chatting with Mary Morrison, and she's the prosecutor here. And, she copies the Essex Police Chief and the other detective on the case too, on the Courier case. But basically, their request in the email is, they certainly may have other questions about the Courier case.
Okay.
And so they were wondering, hey, would it be okay to conference them in? I said we could talk about that in a conference call tomorrow as to what kind of questions they had for you. Which one was by you. But basically, after the incident last Wednesday, we were able to kind of go talk to them again and explain. I listened to your conversation with Jeff and Steve on
Okay.
Thursday, and it seemed clear that you're still on board with this sort of agreement. And
Yes.
I told that to them and saying, look, this was just a sort of a crime of opportunity, the escape thing, and he was serious about cooperating. So I confirmed that to them, and they confirmed today that they are they're still on board. If you want to see that, I'm happy to show it to you if you want.
Sure.
So it leaves out the bottom, which is my sort of long-winded explanation of what happened.
But it starts at the bottom, right?
Yeah, well, that's the bottom question to her, and basically says in there, do you need me to send another letter, like an updated date on the letter?
Uh-huh.
I said, I think this email is sufficient.
All right. Well, sounds like we're making progress.
I think so. I think this is a great amount of progress where we are, and I think it's going to help us move the ball forward. Just to sort of reiterate, they basically said and agreed that they know it's important to you to sort of avoid media attention, to you don't want law enforcement identifying you in connection with the courier matter, that they're prepared to do, and they're prepared to continue cooperating. And in exchange, you're agreeing to be truthful about other crimes and their bodies. And in here, they specifically mention the name of the victim in New York.
Right. They want to know.
Yeah. So, as it says, I'm
Kind of close to them.
I have a conference call tomorrow with them, and I'd like to be able to tell them that you're continuing to cooperate and provide that information.
I do want to continue to cooperate. I'm having some issues as far as this is somewhat of an unrealistic expectation on my part, but I was thinking there might be a way to disclose all this information to you, to the FBI, and to somehow ensure that we could work out some sort of agreement that, I give you all the answers on these cases and families get closure and we find as many of them as possible, and in return for that, I don't plan on being around a whole lot longer, but a really big concern to me is, my kid's going to be around. I don't want her to type my name in the computer and have it pop up I already know stuff's going to come up. I know that, but I just trying to minimize that at this point, I guess, is what I was hoping to do, and apparently it's going to be really difficult to get that assurance. So I'm trying to, figure out a way we can still do that. I think there is, I have a few ideas on how we can work it out, but
What are your ideas?
well, I'm not sure if they're feasible yet. I've been talking to different people about it, from what can happen from a legal perspective. It's one thing to make assurances. That's great. I mean, if we get some of the stuff on the table for now, it helps us deal with the problems for right now. But down the road, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not going to be around, which is fine. But that doesn't change the fact that just because I'm not connected with it right away, could happen later. And so I'm trying to, I guess, maybe cover myself that way as much as possible and still get you what you need.
Yeah. I mean, I think sort of the plan I've drafted up. I mean, this is sort of a good starting point. You're right. I mean, no one can guarantee you that you're never going to be connected to some of these things. What we can do to respond to some of this is create this sort of snowball effect of the jurisdictions.
Right.
And we started with Vermont. I mean, we know, even though we gave Vermont the information up front, we know it's possible.
Right.
Because we just did it. And it will be we're in a better position in other jurisdictions when we go to them and say, all right, look, we've got Vermont down, we've got a body in New York, you either get on board or we're not going to play with you.
Right.
It creates this snowball effect with momentum, and no one's going to try to get in the way of that. So, I mean, sort of the plan we sort of lined out for you. It's my hope that that's something we can use as a model. We use Vermont as a model, and now it's certainly working. We're taking a big step in Vermont, saying, all right, you know what, you guys, obviously, it's KEYES, you're solving at least the courier's crime, and we're going to defer to Alaska, and we're going to give you what you need, but in return, we're not going to say anything. We're going to keep things under the radar. We're not going to link it publicly. We're not going to make a splash in the media, which I think is, as far as law enforcement guarantees or assurances, it's as good as it gets.
Right.
And I think we can do this. We can continue on doing this because, we've been doing a good job in Vermont. Vermont's been doing a great job. And I think, they're aware of New York now too. And that's, quite frankly, what got them over the line.
Right.
Remember we were talking, like, well, give us something to take to Vermont.
Right.
And when we got New York, we went to Vermont and said, because of your cooperation, we got New York. And then that immediately generated this letter of intent. So, but in order to kind of keep, I think, Vermont on board, it certainly would be nice to kind of say, all right, based upon your letter, we also got X, the name of a victim, the location of the body. And we already have their assurance about the courier matter. You don't have to worry about what's happening with that, because that's all tied up in this, and we can do the same thing with the New York thing.
Right. Where are they at with did they find the bodies yet? Or?
I think it's a football field with the stuff they're going through.
They're making progress, but it's just
It could still be like a couple weeks or something.
yeah, it definitely.
They're not going to stop.
This is
Tenacious.
one of the best analogies I've heard for it is it's more like an archaeological dig. The other day was just going through and kind of tossing things
Right.
until you find what you think you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a lot of trouble to do it. I almost feel guilty. Costing the taxpayers a lot of money to find them.
But
I just kept my mouth shut.
But that's how committed the FBI
No, I
is.
understand. They,
It just
well,
won't
it
be
sounds like they've got it. They've got the area. They just got to find it now.
They're very confident of that. They've been finding things that are in the right time frame and
Right.
that are from residences and businesses in that immediate area. So they're confident they're in the right area. But as you can imagine, it's something that they're trying to do precisely and
Right.
accurately.
And there hasn't been. I haven't had access to any news stories related to that. I saw the one that you showed me.
That's the
They
last
started
one.
the dig.
I Google it almost every day. There's nothing.
They haven't. It's kind
no
of
more
a dead
releases.
story at this point.
So I think what I heard too is you're wanting to take responsibility. Your plan is to take responsibility if you can figure out how to do this without getting the recognition, which is kind of what's going on in Vermont.
Right. My concern, the problem is nowadays, the more stuff my name is attached to, the more likely it is that somebody's going to try to do some kind of stupid frickin' TV special, or you know how it is nowadays, like with all this true crime bullshit that people are obsessed with, and that's I'm not even so concerned at this point about because so far I feel like we have been able to work within the guidelines of what we both said we would. But I am concerned about that, about someone connecting the dots on this, and I don't know how, like, I know there's certain privacy laws, but I know that, for the most case, they're not going to apply to me. And so I know that at some point, it's pretty likely that if someone tried hard enough, they could,
Not so much, because you got a couple of things sort of working in our favor on this. One, it's an ongoing investigation.
Right.
And so that right there is going to limit the amount of information that's going to be released. And two, it's an ongoing federal investigation. And we play by a whole different set of rules than most of the states out there. And so media outlets don't have the same ability to come in and sort of force us, if you will, to disclose information that they might be able to get away with state and local agencies.
Right. Yeah, I can see that they would have more to go up against. But there's also, if I'm dead, then investigation from the federal government's point of view is pretty much closed.
Not necessarily. I mean, we're going to do what we need to do to tie up the loose ends. And to the extent that we can do that with your assistance, like we've talked in the past, if we go at this as a team and we have the benefit of your information, it allows us to go hunting with a rifle instead
Right.
of a shotgun. And there may be things that we wind up having to follow up on down the road when you're no longer in a position to assist us. But
Our idea is to do this with you so that
Yeah.
it's focused, and we won't. And it's not going to get anywhere near like it is in Vermont because we've all learned from
Right.
that stuff. But the way to get it like that is for us to have to try and figure it out ourselves, and that's what we would. I mean, and you know that. You know exactly what
Right.
we're faced with and what kind of publicity we're all going to be faced with, and questions that we're going to have to answer, and that these other agencies are going to be asking us, and those are the things that we're trying to avoid, knowing that you're the only one that can help us keep this to as little publicity as possible. It's up to you,
All right. Well,
and so that's where we're at with.
And the reality is, if we're not able to do this with your assistance, I can't imagine being able to do this without generating a fair amount of publicity. I just don't think it's possible because it's going to be too large in scope and it's going to involve too many jurisdictions and too many agencies.
right.
And I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know you've got to move along with your investigation. Unfortunately, due to my own actions recently, somewhat complicated matters for me. So, well, surprisingly, now there's something else I want out of this. But I don't know if I'm even supposed to talk to that about that yet because I haven't even found out like what the options are.
Something that you can talk about that's not related to.
No, it's just like the level of restriction they have me on at the jail makes. I mean, namely, like my so-called rec time is now fresh air time because I go out like this, so, like irons and stuff. No more running in circles. I guess they figure they make me
Shuffle
fat.
now.
Yeah, they keep me myself enough. I'll get fat and I won't want to run anymore. But yeah, I know all this. I know that's unrelated to anything we've talked about so far. Obviously, it's a new situation, but it doesn't really change the fact it's an everyday reality to me. So I'm trying to figure out what if any options there are regarding
within the system.
Yeah. Anyway, that and like I say, I think so far, yeah, things have worked fine. But yeah, I am concerned about not so much the right here and now publicity. I think we can keep that under wraps to a large extent. I'm more worried, or if it's possible, I intend to do something, take steps to minimize the down the road publicity.
For Lane.
Right.
I understand.
Yeah, and
Because honestly, you guys, I mean, there's nothing. I'm not trying to get anything else out of this at this point. And as my, and I did say, I wanted to just get this all cleared up, and that way you're not digging for who knows how many years down the road, trying to connect the dots and just make it all go away. But But I don't know. I just have to figure out the best way to do that to make it all go. Just make it all over. And,
I understand that too, and you've heard me say this many, many times. But at some point in time, your choice may be the reality. Could be that Laney and everybody else knows what you did based on what you said you did, or everybody else, including Laney, gets to see the fiasco and the media frenzy that is created by law enforcement trying to figure out
Right.
what
Speculation.
you did, speculating what you did. Because I told you, on the one trip that we've looked at, surrounded New York, we have 10 viable, people that are missing that we know of. Those are just the ones that are still reported that way. And so, if we have to, and we know you didn't do that, but that's what we're looking at in each one of these
Right.
trips. Is we're faced with, if you don't tell us, our options are to be public with that agency because we can't ask questions
Right.
and not expect questions in return. And so we're really living up to our end of the bargain. And because at this point in the investigation, if you weren't cooperating with us, this would already have been happening, and the media frenzy would be crazy with us trying to figure it out. Because we do have enough information on your trips, at least, to do police work.
Right.
Not that we're going to come, like you don't think we're
No,
going to
I-
find
I-
anything out, but
yeah.
we have to try. And so, I know that's tough for you to think about in the future, is that the reality may be that one's worse than the other, obviously.
Right.
So,
Especially the one in New York. I mean, the only reason we're not just showing you a picture here is these guys in the FBI have been incredibly restrained about asking that part of the country for assistance. Because if they ask that part of the country for assistance, the immediate response is going to be, well, what do you have? What
Right.
do you have? And so that's the reason we're not sitting here throwing, pictures in front of you and going to you first, because we understand you're cooperating with us. Vermont understands it, and that's why they're on board. And we just like to continue that effort instead of, having this whole media frenzy too.
Right.
Frankly. And with respect to Laney, I mean, there is that whole frenzy that's going to be created. If things slow down, I think. We touched on this last time, is that there may be some benefit at the end of this to, the media says that Israel Keyes killed 40 people, which, based upon some wild speculation, as opposed to he killed 10 and then also gave closure to those families as his sort of last effort. And I know that doesn't matter to you. It may matter to her.
and we're always going to be bound to not talk about this, just like we are now. And I assume you're not going to be telling people details, other people that could, what I mean?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, you do press releases all the time.
Yeah, but you know that the details of this, these investigations are right here, right now, and that a lot of these details aren't going to be released.
Well, that is my concern. That how much? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that, because I see. I watch the news. That there are press releases that are done on other crimes. So.
Press releases, though, are different than what I think you're worried about, and rightly so. Press releases are designed to help us gather additional information. So our release of information, while an investigation is ongoing,
Right.
is limited to the absolute minimum necessary to try and obtain the additional information that we're seeking.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And as long as the investigation is ongoing, we're not going to be throwing out information just for the sake of throwing it out. That's not the way we operate.
Right.
I mean, you've seen specials on the FBI. But come on, everybody talks about our secret files and how we never give up anything, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I want to have a chance to talk about the letter with some people, and I want to have a chance to hear back on the other thing. I'm not going to hold my breath on that, but I want to at least see what the options are. Like I say, I would have preferred to wait until they find the bodies in Vermont, but it sounds like that could be a while. So I guess as long as we have that letter from them, then as soon as I have a chance to look it over, or have other people look it over, then we can move on to the New York trip. That, I mean, you guys already have, I'm sure, quite a bit of information on it. So probably have more than I remember at this point. So, except certain details.
Yeah,
So.
and we could have those too, and so we're just sort of holding that in abeyance while
Yeah,
we
I
continue.
understand.
So that's the only reason. So just so I'm clear, I can tell Vermont tomorrow on this conference call that you appreciate their letter and you intend to go forward with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's reasonable you want
I-
to talk to
I-
some people about
Yeah, especially on the New York case, because I've already given you so much information on it. It's, we can't really stop on that one now. So.
Okay. One thing that might be helpful, and I don't think this is sort of giving away anything, so we just start thinking along those terms. Kevin is back east at sort of a meeting of criminal chiefs, and it certainly would be nice for him to start networking whatever criminal chief he needs to in terms of the New York thing. Now, again, I don't think that gives away anything. You just told us the body is in New York. We want to start striking up relationships with whatever criminal chief he needs to talk to, or will need to talk to about the New York thing, because you've already said you've committed.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to give out any more information on it. I mean, I understand his point of view, but it's, like I say, it's still, frankly, that's going to be too much if at this point, I don't want to go there yet. Until I find out where I'm at with what we, with the new developments, so.
Okay, what about, and I'm just thinking about his trip, because he had asked me to ask you these things, since he's going to be there. He's also with people in Washington. I mean, you've already talked to us about Washington, and I think these guys have some pictures.
Washington State?
State, yeah. They have some pictures they want to show you about that.
Well, just to let you know that we did.
Oh, he found the boat.
It
It's had better days.
that cover was a good investment, though.
Really?
Well, it's still
in
on.
good shape. Looks like it's a little leaky at this point.
It was still in his driveway, just sitting there. He hadn't touched it. So,
Yeah, I had big plans for that boat.
What plans do you have for the boat?
Oh, I was going to bring it up here, but bring it up here and put a new motor in it. But I decided it was time to leave Alaska. I probably would have picked it up eventually. It's been there for a long time. Anyway.
So the thing about Washington is a little simpler from his perspective. There's only two federal districts there, Eastern and Western. Eastern is more like Tacoma, Yakima. Western is Seattle.
Right.
And, Spokane.
Where is
sorry,
the
Spokane.
dividing line? Like,
It's Spokane, Yakima, and then there's Seattle, Tacoma. That's in the Western.
right.
And I think he'd like to be in a position to sort of just chat very briefly with one of those criminal chiefs, if not both, if he needs to sort of lay the foundation.
Well, the problem I have with talking about anything related to Washington is I'm not playing ball with the right people, because those I'm almost positive are not going to be federal. In case they're not federal cases.
Well,
Why do you think?
I think Kevin explained to you that.
Like different stuff that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think Kevin explained to you that the jurisdiction that we can exercise is pretty expansive, especially if it's, part of a
Right.
scheme.
No, I understand that, but again, this is going to be hard to talk about without getting into stuff we're not supposed to talk about. But depending on things, the way things pan out, things we've already talked about, then I may need those details of the Washington cases that I would be better served to wait, if that's where the route I have to go. I mean, you know what I mean?
I think I do. I'm not sure. I mean, I know we talked a little bit about.
Because there's a big difference between state and federal, it seems, and it seems like Washington might be a state that.
But that's something that we can sort of start working on in the background, just so you know. I mean, I'm not asking that here now today, but that's something that usually does require cooperation between even the federal districts, even if they're state things.
So you're saying there's two
There's
districts?
two districts in Washington.
Federal districts?
Yeah. So there's two federal districts that would probably just sort of broach with it. One in Spokane and Yakima, the main offices in one. And then Seattle and Tacoma are the western district. So that's just dividing line. I don't know exactly where it is, but pretty much, Seattle and Tacoma is where most of the crimes are. Everything.
Like Ellensburg, or
Yeah, I think that's Ellensburg is
Ellensburg is west or
east.
East.
Ellensburg is sort of outside of Yakima.
You're gonna need both districts.
Yeah.
Because I don't. Yeah.
Well, it's something. I mean, the good thing about Washington is we have some pretty good relationships with both U.S. attorneys there, and both criminal chiefs. So.
No, I understand what you're saying, but that was a few years ago. So. But no, it just seems like I might end up having to talk to state people there. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I mean, the good thing is that the federal people have their counterparts. Like Vermont was pretty connected with the Chittenden County folks.
Right.
We can sort of get them on board, and it makes the transition easier. Sort of move forward in their jurisdiction if that's the way you choose to go. Obviously, everybody would have to be on board anyway.
Right.
So it's useful for him to sort of give him a heads up.
And I think, Frank can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but I think the sooner that they have that opportunity, the less likely you are to kind of get drugged from one jurisdiction to another, because there'll already be things in place.
Yeah. No, my concern at this point is not knowing, like I say, how current things are going to pan out. The information that I still have could come in handy if I need it. And if I give it out now, I don't think I'll need it in that respect, but you never know. I don't know what's going to happen. And if I give it all out now, particularly, anything about Washington, that could seriously compromise my options, future options.
I think, and I can sort of bring that back into you at some point. Obviously, we can take this staggered approach, which I think is probably a good one, to go to different places and to do them one at a time. But the plan that we proposed to you is to do exactly that. So like you sort of do the New York one, we make sure we have everybody on board in the New York one, whatever jurisdictions we need to, get that information agreement in place, and then we can move on to Washington.
Right.
Washington, basically would have the same agreement, and then, it could be an option that you could always use later down the road if you don't like the way things are going. You can ask us to simply say, hey, there's that thing in Washington that I helped you on. Can you, reach out to those people again and see what they're willing to do? So there is that. I mean, I get you with you don't want to kind of, sort of give away cards. But I think the plan that we proposed here is sort of like a one at a time staggered approach where we eventually get
Right.
to where we need to be going. And it doesn't result in this land just massive publicity.
Yeah, but it is going to have to be spread out over the next who knows how long, because I don't plan on, like I say, until certain ongoing issues right now are resolved, I don't plan on giving out all the info. That's just, well, that's not true. I mean, if I get, who knows how, I don't know how long this is going to take. I don't know. My impression is that there could be a pretty wide range of time frames that could happen, and but yeah, first and foremost, one step at a time. I've got to have a chance to tackle whatever new issues are on the table.
Yeah, we can sort of review that. Obviously, we need to think about this. There's one suggestion in the email about other details in the Courier case that they may want to know about, and they want a conference call in. Now that you have this letter, how do you feel about that?
With who? Is it with the
It's the
state
local
or-
investigators.
So like the detectives
Yeah.
to go on the case?
Now, we can do it two ways. I don't know if they're going to have a lot of questions. If they have a few, we can simply ask those and sort of get them the information they need. But
Is it going to be just like a few people? You say conference call, is it?
just whoever's on the other line. I don't know who would be on the line. Probably just the detective and the prosecutor.
Okay.
That's it's
Yeah,
up-
I don't know.
Okay.
It seems like it'd be better. I don't have a problem with that. It's just, it seems like it'd be better if there's not a ton of people on the, since we're still trying to keep it on the down
Yeah.
low.
It would only be people who were bound by this letter, if it is. So it would
Okay.
be people who
Yeah,
would just
no,
be.
like I say, I feel like I've already given all the information they need, but if they want more, that's fine.
I think they had some follow-up about what the house looked like and things like that. That they're just dealing with some administrative issues on their end, and they're trying to release the house to the family and trying to get rid of the house, and they're not going to keep it the way it was. So they just want to make sure they document everything that they need to. Just
Right. Okay.
given that they have this insurance, I don't think it's a problem, but that's up to you. Maybe they don't have much, but I'm going to talk to you about that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine. And I can say if you can forward that. I imagine very shortly I'll have a chance to talk to them about it.
Yeah. That's fine.
And there's an issue with the U.S. Marshals, but like I said, I don't know if anything else to do about that.
Security is a difficult thing that they kind of basically tell us to mind our own business when it comes to security.
Right.
So it's usually that kind of thing. I don't know. It's a difficult situation given what happened.
They're responsible for you in your custody, so they would have pretty foolish if you gotten too much farther. So they're probably not going to, who knows, I doubt they're going to be open to much of your suggestions, but I don't know.
I'm not going to take any of my suggestions. My suggestions seem to hold less and less water lately. So.
I'm sure they're very polite about it, though.
Yeah. They all seem quite highly amused last time I was at the courthouse. Yeah, definitely seem to have changed their protocol for the way they do things. So,
We livened things up a little bit, and we weren't sure exactly how to deal with this situation with Vermont, given that.
yeah,
So,
that was not well thought out on my part. As soon as these guys mentioned that, I was like, oh shit, one more thing I didn't think of before I did that.
we seem to have a basic plan, but just sort of the A to B, and then the C is sort of left out there.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really like a high probability of success there in best of circumstances.
No, understood. Obviously,
Like half a football team of U.S. Marshals between me and the door, so.
and Officer Bell.
Yes. Pretty sure I saw him come in at some point. He's claiming he didn't, but.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about, or questions you have on these other matters?
No, I think I mean, from my perspective, I think the letter's good. But yeah, it's.
From my perspective,
I'm glad they're still willing to work with me on it.
Yeah, and this is a home run from my perspective. And you certainly check it out. These people are who they say they are, and I want to make a call to any of these people. I'm sure that they'll take the call and confirm that that's their signature on the letter.
But you did say that everyone on that is with the state, not with
Yes.
the feds.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the feds are already, we've been talking to them from the outset, and they're, under the Department of Justice
Right.
anyway, so they have no problem. They just want to.
And the state they're the entity that's more likely to want to release information on me.
Exactly, and I can tell you,
They were the ones responsible for the investigation.
Right. So they're,
and let me share this with you. I think it's kind of important and sort of a model on how to deal with things. I know that, obviously there were reporters that called maybe friends or family members of you. I think what happened in the outset is, like we said, we provided them with the information. They didn't know what they were dealing with at first. So they had no idea. And I think someone spoke, out of turn or out of school, whatever you want to call it, maybe one person over there. And now they've realized, oh shit, we shouldn't have said what we said, and they basically have shut it down. No one can confirm that story. So I think it's incredibly helpful to have this sort of model going forward and to be able to tell them that, look, we want to limit media attention
right.
to New York victim. We want to kind of keep things in one jurisdiction. We want FBI to handle it because we're dealing with something that's more than just your jurisdiction. But for all they knew that, it was just Alaska and the couriers, and oh boy, we've got we've caught ourselves our suspect. They didn't understand the big picture, and I think that's what happened because that was obviously a concern to us. Sort of initially talking to them, but I think when you get their perspective, I think they realize that it's something we should be doing, and they realize the severity of it. And now I think we've got a pretty good relationship with them. We're happy to talk to them as long as they're on board. They're part of the team, and again, we're just building momentum. And in the next jurisdiction, we can have Vermont, and they've offered to do that and say they'll reach out to the next jurisdiction simply and say, hey, we did this in our jurisdiction and it worked well. You should too. And this way, we've got state and local officers reaching out to the other jurisdictions, state and local is there, and basically telling them this is a good idea. So it gets the momentum, and it snowballs, and it can't be stopped, and no one's going to get in the way of it. So I think that's the best way to control, any kind of media attention here. Is just the cooperation of law enforcement as a whole.
Right.
I think we've been doing a good job of it. We'll continue.
I mean, at some point though, and I haven't felt like this so far, but I know you guys keep wanting information. And like I said, I don't want to give out everything all at once, but I just don't want us to get in a situation where we reach an impasse and you're like, okay, we're going to go and start doing press releases now or whatever, and then I'm gonna be all pissed off, frankly, and
Yeah.
you know, and then so I mean, that's all I ask. I'm not saying this is going to remain a compatible relationship, obviously, but you know, if we can keep it at least an open communication.
Well, and that's why frankly, we came over there today and you told us you weren't in a talkative mood. And we still wanted to bring you over because we still want to keep this this relationship going. You know, we're getting pressures, we're all getting pressures from the powers to be that control us, our bosses, to get information. You understand that we all have jobs to do, and so we just want to keep the communication open with you.
I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not so concerned about the people in this room. I'm concerned about people putting pressure on you to get the answers. I imagine they don't care about my agenda. They want all the answers like right now, you know, and I understand that, but I just hope it doesn't come to that. I just hope it doesn't come to like a standoff.
Yeah, I think, this is a business deal. I think, Agent Payne explained it. It's sort of, it's a business deal. And it's kind of strange because, obviously we all have different interests, but that's usually the case in any kind of business deal is you have stuff that we want and we have, things that we can assure you of that, is of some value to you, I think. And so in any kind of business deal, like I said, negotiations, any good negotiations, everybody walks away from the table not getting exactly what they want. And I think, we've basically been able to manage our supervisors that way by saying, look, he's not going to give us everything up front, okay? He's not going to do it. But we're able to kind of say, hey, but he will maybe give us one at a time and draw it out for a period of time to keep sort of the benefit of the bargain for us and not expending man hours and, going through all the press and media and, other local departments. So, we're not getting exactly what we want, and you're probably not getting exactly what you want. You'd probably like to not give us any of it.
Yeah.
But, it's a business deal, and, we're keeping up our end of it, and I think we can continue to work together as long as we're reasonable.
Yeah, I just wanted to... I figured that was the case. I just wanted to let you know that's what I was thinking.
But know that while we're doing what we're doing, our responsibilities and talking to you and trying to keep this going, there are lots of other people out there investigating trips and airline tickets and phone logs and things like that, doing what police do, and there's going to come a point in time where when that investigation reaches a point where they think they have some information that they need to act on, where that's the timeline we're going to be pushed up against.
Right. All right.
Having them slow down.
Yeah. All right. Well, and the only other thing is on a more personal note, like I was saying earlier, my brothers are visiting this week, and honestly, like I say, that whole thing last week I did not plan out very well, but I would prefer to just try not to think about any of this stuff this week while they're here. It's not that I don't want to, it's just I guess I'm just juggling too many things in my head right now, and then that'll give me a chance to, talk to people about that and a couple other concerns I have. And, But for now, I think I'm just glad that they're still going to. I'm just bottom line is I'm glad I didn't hear about it on the news like the whole Vermont. I half expected them to do a press release after that.
I think it's a testament to the sort of relationships we built over there.
Yeah, so as long as we can, keep that.
So are they in town the whole week?
I think they leave on Sunday or Monday. So.
Yeah. So
the main, it's not so much that I wouldn't want to, if it's like a short. I don't have a problem, where I'm talking. I just don't want to miss the time that they go over there to visit me or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how, what the times are that they have available. So.
Are they going to be able to visit you daily? Do you know?
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Yeah, so I think that's just what I wanted to tell Vermont because you saw in that email they said maybe you have some questions on Thursday or Friday, they've got some urgency about the house, so I don't know if it's...
That's fine. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to get a schedule about when they're going to come, we don't want to interfere with that, and we don't want to interfere
Well,
with the
they're
attorney
Eastern
visits.
time, so if we did it in the morning, that would be fine.
Oh, no, I'm talking about your family coming to visit.
He doesn't know. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't. You know.
But it may be
they
possible,
can't
like,
schedule
later
it.
this week. I mean, obviously, we can do it tomorrow or the next day, but you can sort of let them know. We can set a meeting for Thursday or Friday.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you want to do a meeting, I'm just saying morning would
Yeah,
be
sure.
better. Like
Eastern time, yeah.
9 or 10 our
Early.
time,
Yeah.
and then that because I know there's no visiting over there that early, and then
Okay.
I would still be around in the
Well, that
afternoon.
makes sense. Then if they have some follow-up and...
Yeah, if they have stuff they need to get out of the way, that's fine. I mean,
Do you have a preference, Thursday or Friday?
no, it doesn't. I don't think it matters. I have to check my day plan.
So you don't get the normal exercise, so they let you have the tennis shoes to torture you that you can't run, or
Yeah, no, I just started wearing. I don't get to run anymore, so my tennis shoes. I don't lace them up tight anymore, so I just wear.
okay.
They're slippers now. They're not tennis shoes anymore.
So when you start lacing them up, we should pay attention.
Yeah, they're too tight for me to slip them on or slip them off. Then I'm planning on doing the running.
Okay, so I'll email that to your attorneys, and maybe we'll speak later this week.
Yeah,
And we'll try to hold off. If we do something, it'll be like Friday morning early. That way we won't interrupt your.
yeah,
and
that's fine.
then
I would think that would work.
And then maybe by next week, say Tuesday or so, we could
Yeah.
talk again. Okay. Well, and I think if we're done, we can get him a cigar and let him, since we got you over here.
Awesome.
Well, a cigar for nothing.
Well,
That was.
I like to think it's a cigar for good faith. But ultimately,
For
that's,
good health.
yeah.
ultimately, that's going to be up to you.
Okay,
No, look, I mean, we can keep working on this.
we're working on our end.
Yeah, we've done just about everything we can do at this stage. Hang tight, we can go back with you here.
All right.
talking.
How's it going?
What's that? Oh, yeah, you want to hit the head first or no?
Yeah.
Can you do it with those the way they are?
Yeah.
How you doing?
All right.
Need to use a head or anything like that before we start?
No, I'm good.
All right, we'll run through the same stuff that we do, I think, pretty much every time. On this, I know we covered some of this stuff at the jail, but we'll just run through it again. When we arrived this morning, did we interrupt a meeting with your attorney?
No.
And you're here voluntarily, is that correct?
Yes.
You understand we can't talk about anything to do with the Samantha Koenig investigation. If you do start down that path, we'll have to stop the interview and we'll take you back to jail. You
Yes.
understand? Okay. Run through your Miranda rights here. Before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yes.
And with those rights in mind, are you willing to waive them and speak with us here today?
Yes.
As you know, you've got at least one standby attorney appointed in the discussion of other crimes, that type of thing. I believe it's Rich Kerner. It may also include Jacqueline Walsh. Do you have any desire to have either of those attorneys or any other attorney present today?
No.
Are you on any medications or any other substances?
No.
And are you having any difficulty understanding where you're at or what's going on?
No.
Okay. All right, good. Any questions before we get started?
Nope.
Okay. We wanted to bring you over here today, give you a little bit of information about some things that are going on, but also to ask you kind of where you're at with things. It sounded like you're kind of frustrated with things. I don't know if that's something you want to expand on at all.
Just things haven't been happening for the last week. There were some things that I asked for information on, as well as, well, basically that was the gist of it. And haven't heard anything back, so we'll see. I don't know. Supposedly within the next day or two, I'm supposed to get a more comprehensive visit or information or something, but so far it hasn't happened.
Well, we're not talking anything about Samantha Koenig, but I've been back east last week. I think those guys told you. And they gave me a little bit of an update, Israel, but since I've been in a loop, I wanted to come and see you and let you know maybe the conversations I've been having with other U.S. attorneys' offices. But before I do that, I just thought the same thing, same kind of question in relation to moving things forward. Where are you at kind of about all this? What's your take on this? Again, not talking about what you're doing with other stuff, but where are you in regards to the discussions we've been having?
Well, I'm the same place I've always been. I am obviously a little concerned about giving out a lot more information, especially over too short a period of time until I find out where I stand on some other issues. So, it'd be nice if all these other issues would just work themselves out and resolve themselves the way I want them to without my coercion, but that's not going to happen, so I got to do what I got to do. Yeah. It'd be a lot simpler if I, would just take certain steps so that I could expound upon that a little bit more, but I'm not ready to do that yet, so If I have to, I will, but it's, but yeah, as far as discussing things about whether it's the Vermont case or things that happened prior to that, I think that it's probably still going to happen. It's just I guess the reality sets in for me as to how much more time there is to pass before I may find out things I need to find out.
And your feeling is if you give us additional information, it's going to affect other things or not affect other things, or you have control over it?
Yeah, it's once I give out the information, then it's gone.
Well, let me just jump in on that, because this is getting, I should say frustrating, but I could almost say it's getting depressing, right? That and maybe you feel the same way, that you have been meeting with us now about other crimes for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I think it's getting kind of just downright depressing that we are not moving forward, and I don't think it's because I'm not sure why it is. I mean, we came in here a month ago and laid out that plan that Frank Russo laid out, and because we've been kind of bending over backwards from the U.S. Attorney's Office perspective of saying, look, we're going to work with you, and we're going to move the other things forward that are going to need to be moved forward, all those other crimes.
Right.
And we all kind of understand that we're going to need to move forward. And so we thought you were on the schedule of wanting to move other crimes, investigations forward. We know you want to keep the media down. You don't want to be charged in other jurisdictions. We know those things. We took them into account, and we came up with a strategy to say, well, let's move them forward. And we really kind of busted ourselves to do that. So we're getting kind of just, like I said, I should be saying frustrated, but I'll start with just kind of depressed about that we're not moving those things forward. And so, what's your view? What's your view on that?
And the same with law enforcement. This isn't a typical way to move forward with this type of investigation. And so for us, it's frustrating, and we're doing it this way because this is the way that Israel wanted to do it. And
so what's your take on our?
This isn't the way I wanted to do it.
Well, just tell us what your take is on that.
Well, my take is, I've said this before, even though we may at this point all want the same end results, it doesn't mean we're on the same team by any means.
Well, we've always known that. We're not pretending.
So I'm not. I understand that you've got your schedule, you've got your deadlines, you've got things you've got to get done. But honestly, that's of no concern to me. If we can continue to work together and make stuff happen, great. If not, if it's not going the way you want it to, or you're not getting your information fast enough, then do what you got to do. But I already know you'll be back. So,
well, and maybe we've been too honest with you then. I guess. I mean, we know we know that we're not on the same team. Well, yeah, because if you're saying, I think what you're saying is you're kind of challenging us, and I didn't think that's where we were in our discussions.
No, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying I know you've got your agenda, what you need to get done, and what you need to. You have to have something to show for it, for your work on this.
Well, but it's sort of funny because we thought it was your agenda that was kind of driving this, of wanting to move things quickly and wanting to keep the media on, and that's why we've been working on kind of your agenda. That's why I'm like, wait a second, this is what Israel wanted.
No, you're right. It's so far it has gone according to my agenda as much as it can. The issue is there's still a lot of time that's going to pass before I get the things I want. So. if I give up, I'll give up all my cards right away, then that's it. You know, I have no control over what happens a month from now or 6 months from now.
I guess I would respectfully disagree with that, because to the extent that we demonstrate that the plan that we came up with collectively a month ago is working, then that is going to help you get the things that you want. And at this point, we've only really been able to demonstrate that half of the plan is working. And frankly, that's our half. We did everything that we agreed to do, and you haven't done what you agreed to do.
First of all, I didn't agree to do anything today. I already told you that. So, you know, I told you I've got different agenda now than when we came up with that plan because of things that happened between then and now. So, fine, I changed the rules, shame on me, but that doesn't really change the bottom line. I'm gonna at least find out what my options are. And that hasn't happened yet. So, I understand it put a hitch in the schedule, but, and that's not the only issue right now. There are some other things that we can't talk about, and that's an issue with me too. And I know that, there's a lot of debate that these things aren't connected, but to a certain extent, for me and what happens to me in the end, they are pretty closely connected. So.
Well, as we've said before, we won't talk to you about anything related to Smith now, but if you want to request a meeting,
right.
And if that's what you guys decide, that's totally up to you and your council.
Right.
And we'll make ourselves available, but we won't discuss them now.
No, I understand that. And,
you said you don't want to give up all your cards. We understand that. We haven't been asking you to do that. All your cards, we even never. Sure, we'd love it if you just said, "Yeah, I'm just going to tell you everything." Then, frankly, I would say things would move much more quickly in the end because we'd be working on those and getting them all resolved and getting it all lined out the way we said, so that we can control it, and you would control it. I would love that, right? You know that, but I'm not. I won't even ask you that today, right? I'm not going to say, "Israel, tell me everything." I think it would be in your best interest, but you don't see it that way. Fine. I get it. I've asked you to think about that. But we got to start. We got to start the process because that everything takes a little bit of time, and we can move it quickly. But if like I said before, we're going to be sitting here a year from now, we all agree no. But now a month has gone by, so now we only got 11 months down. And we're going to be. Am I going to be saying next month we got 10 months to go? Because we all agreed we weren't going to be sitting here in a year doing this. So.
Oh, believe me, I'm very well aware of passage of time. So, I have my own definite agenda on that issue, but as I said, I don't have a lot of control over it. So,
but I think you have more than you think. In other words, you discuss the other crimes with us. Then that moves things forward. That's under your control, right? You only decide whether you want to tell us. You, Israel KEYES, sitting here today, control what you tell us. We then control what we do with it. And I think we've demonstrated to you, and it's in our best interest to control it.
For now, yeah, I understand. I understand where we're at right now. In order for things to progress, I have to take a guess as to what's going to happen next, I guess you could say. Which is, I don't know, yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen. Even with the information I've already given you, there's a lot of things that could happen.
Again, it's your schedule. I think you said it was our schedule. It's really your schedule that we've been trying to work on. So we can sit here and guess and wonder what's going to happen in the future, and none of us are going to predict, right? Whatever happens is going to happen. But the only thing we can control is what we're doing right now. And we have a definite, concrete, certain way that we can move forward now that will definitely expedite whatever happens down the line. Because, as you know, we've got all these other crimes to talk about. It will definitely expedite it, certainly, if we start now. Everything else is just speculation, so we can wait and see, but time's going to move by.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's like the ultimate goal. If that is the ultimate goal, that I put all this stuff out on the table, then yeah, then it's better to do it now. But I haven't decided yet that that's my ultimate goal. Certainly not on these terms. Like I say, there's certain information that I've already given you. So, so what happens with that? I've already given up control of that to a certain extent. But everything I still have, it's still within my power to decide how that information gets to you, from me to you, as a matter of speaking.
Exactly, and what I'm suggesting to you is, you've got a lot of cards to play, and we respect that, but we're asking you to play one more card, and I think that's in your best interest. I'm not telling you that just because, that's what I think you want to hear. I've been using your goals all along.
Well, it's not in my best interest today because there's absolutely nothing I gain from it. Just more worries.
But you
About
actually
what happens.
you move the ball forward.
Forward to what, though? There's no objective that I'm moving towards by giving you more information.
Okay, well, when talking about the other crimes, the courier, we're using the couriers because we're investigating that. We've agreed to certain things with the couriers and we've looked up to them.
Right.
And so your objective of that, I think, remains the same. Keep it out of the media.
Right.
Have them charge you. So we're trying to further those objectives. I mean, that's only one of the objectives. I think we're mutually trying.
But that's an indefinite objective. The couriers, that's essentially a closed case. I've given you all the
Right.
information you need on it, and I'll continue to give you any information you need. And if it ever goes to me being indicted for it, then I'll probably, plead guilty to everything. And so that's, you achieved your objective in that. And I got some things out of it. So it's a closed issue. But anything else we discuss beyond that, then that's objectives. My objectives are hazy at best. I don't really have any objectives. It's like, I have concerns about it, but until I decide whether those concerns are legitimate or whether I have anything else I want to get out of that information, then there's no reason for me to talk about it. Especially not at this point, because really, in the scope of the situation that I'm in, not really that much time has gone by. I still don't even have answers on stuff that we were talking about months ago. That's me. I don't have those answers yet. I don't have them.
Are you talking about discussions that we've been having about other crimes? That you don't have answers to something?
Partially, yeah. But
From us?
that's not, like I say, there's some things that we can't talk about, but yeah, there's. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. It'll happen. It's just.
And you talked about you deciding how ultimately the information would get from you to us, and how.
Well, that's
besides you
another-
just telling us how.
Right, that's
you
another
propose.
issue too. Is I may have some options as far as that goes. How to get you at least some information without.
Well, and that's what we tried to give you. We tried to give you that ability.
Yeah, that was
to
our
control.
idea.
The plan was, you tell us, where in New York, so we can work with them and get their assurances, and then we're already starting those processes, but we just need to move them forward a little bit. It doesn't.
No. No, I'm not on New York's attorney's schedule or anybody else.
This was Israel Key's schedule. That's what I thought it was your schedule.
No, I don't have a schedule.
Okay, well, that's different than what I understood, because you told us I want it quickly, I want to keep that.
Yeah, if you're talking about my ultimate schedule, yeah, but that's
Let's-
kind of a ways off right now, so. I'm saying like week to week, month to month, I don't have a schedule right now. I don't have anything to gain from it. So.
I thought you did have a schedule. When you say a ways off, now I don't know what you're talking about, because month to month is what's happening now, basically. We're moving at, we've gone from moving at a fairly, reasonable pace to being month to month, and 6 months is going to pass, and then a year is going to pass, and then a year and a half, and 2 years, And I'm offering you an opportunity now to move that more quickly, and I'd like to start with, not even start, I'd just like to move forward on New York, because it's going to move the pace of everything more quickly, which is what I thought you wanted. If you tell me differently, you say, I don't care how long anything takes anymore, then I understand that's different.
No, I do care about how long things take. I just, first of all, I don't know what time has to do with any of the crimes any information that I give you, because if you think I want to be indicted or charged with any of the other crimes, then you're wrong.
You told us that. We're trying to avoid that, right? We're trying to avoid that by controlling it.
So I don't understand how giving information is going to...
Well, let's just say, what happens if Vermont says, we thought this guy was cooperating. What if they were to say, we're going to charge him? So then you get charged in Vermont.
Well, they're going to have to wait their turn, aren't they?
Well, what happened? But how long is that going to take, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what my concern is.
Yes. So right now, they're not charging, but what do you think? Explain to me, what do you think would happen if they do charge? If we say Israel just says, you guys do whatever you got to do, and then they were to go forward and they lose control, what do you think would happen with that?
Well, I assume, I don't know for sure. I assume there's a few different things that could happen, none of which are good for me, from my perspective. So
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is working with your goals. It seems to be in your best interest to move forward with New York so that Vermont doesn't charge, because if Vermont charges, then
Well, statistically, that makes things less likely to go my way, because the more attorneys, the more crimes are involved in this, the more likely it is that one of the states is going to get fed up and say, we're charging them.
We've already demonstrated to you what we can do and explained how it works from our end. Because I don't think Vermont could take as long as they want to take if they charge. They can take their case as long as they want to take it. And, what happens then? To your goals. To your goals. What happens to your goals if Vermont...
I assume that puts me in limbo until they get their crack at me. At least I've heard of that happening before. I don't know.
So, do you want that?
Of course I don't want that. You already know what I want.
Well, that's why I guess we're just miscommunicating then, because I thought that's what I understood it, and that's why we offered you this plan to control how things progress with Vermont, and just using New York as the neighboring state, right? So we got a way to control things. Now, if we all say that's not going to work, do what you want Vermont, then we don't control. They're going to take as long as they take in Vermont, and I'm sure they'll be talking to New York then. And what's that? Then we don't control it, right?
Right. No, I accepted the fact that we don't control.
Well,
None of us control what happens in Vermont. So.
Well, I think I thought that,
Or you do.
I thought this letter that they sent was a pretty amazing.
No, it
thing.
was good. It was
Pretty
good.
amazing thing, and we really worked at this, and they're with us. But if they go away, then they do whatever they got to do, as long as that takes. They don't really care what Israel's opinion is. And then New York comes to them, their neighbors, and said, neighbor, we got a problem in New York. We're Vermont. Vermont says, well, your problem is our problem. We're simpatico together. We all got problems, and this is now Israel has no control. And that's what I was trying to avoid based upon what you told me from the get-go. You've been honest about your goals, but now I'm like, well,
Right. Well,
why are we
no,
misunderstanding?
The fine print in that letter is that at their directive, they can reassume control. At your directive, all you have to do is say, well, Israel's not giving us any more information. Do what you got to do.
Did you expect something different? I mean, really? No, there's nothing else we can do.
I don't know what I expect.
I mean, there's nothing else we can do. We can't make. They would never sign.
They would
something.
never agree to it.
They're never going to agree to something that says.
I understand that.
Yeah, so
I know I don't have any rights in this situation. All I have is information. So now you're upset with me that I want to control the information.
no, I'm not. I'm not upset. Upset with you. I said. I started by saying, it's more depressing, and yeah, there's frustration. But I mean, I don't,
there's going to be a lot of frustration before this is all over. But I mean, it's already been years of frustration for a lot of people. So they're going to have to learn to live with it for a little
no, that's
bit
a
longer.
different issue. The frustration and the depression is based upon what you getting what you want, and I'm thinking we're giving Israel what he wants on his time frame. And I just explained to you what I foresee would happen if the cooperation breaks down on the couriers. And we just said we don't want that, because we don't want that Vermont to take over and take as long as they want and talk to New York and do whatever they do. We don't want that. So what are all there's two choices, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like I say, that's one of the issues I'm waiting to hear back on. Is what is the most likely path that Vermont would take? Because obviously I've got other problems right now. So I don't know what their hypothetical timeline could be if they get fed up and decide to go their own way on that. I don't know that. I'm not a lawyer, so. Yeah, like I say, I'm sure there could be a whole range of things that could happen with that, the information that I've already given them.
Well, normally, state prosecutions or other federal prosecutions don't move that quickly. So
Right.
we know that if Vermont charges, it's going to be a lengthy process, and they're going to get in touch with New York, and New York's have their input about what Vermont does as well, and their neighboring states, and they work together, and they're going to say, hey, Israel had its chance, Alaska had its chance. They said that they were moving forward. I'm just trying to lay out to you what I foresee related to the couriers, etc. That's alternative B as far as I'm concerned. Alternative A was following along the path we've been following. So doing nothing is a choice. Doing nothing is basically saying I choose alternative B, which is the longer road and the less control.
I think A and B goes hand in hand for law enforcement. I've told you many times what option B for law enforcement is, and I know you say we'll be back, and you may be right, but at some point in time when people see that there's an impasse, then they're going to say, well, let's try it. He may be right, maybe we're not going to find anything, but we have to look. We wouldn't be doing due diligence if we didn't try. With the investigative leads that we do have. So
A or B.
And I know you used to. The B is just huge public media and public-wise, and I just don't want to damage any relationship that we have if we have to go with Plan B.
Well, if that's your only option, then that's your
It's
only
not.
option.
It's not our only option right now, right? We have Plan A. We thought.
Yeah.
You realize that. You realize that this isn't going the way this isn't just going like a normal investigation. Going that there's certain things we would do in this type of situation that we're not doing.
Right.
You know, and all those are very public and very unpleasant, and
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, if that's what it's come down to, it's like either I give you information today or you go your own way with it. And if that's what it's come down to, you do what you got to do, because I'm not giving up any more information until I find out what's going on. There's a couple more issues.
when do you foresee that kind of thing happening?
Well, if it doesn't happen this week, then there's going to be another meeting.
So are you telling us that we can next week sometime we can hold off and next week sometime
Well,
address this issue?
yeah, we'll hear one way or the other next week. It's gonna be, yeah.
I mean, because that's something that I can go with and say he's got some issues that he's working through. And
Well, it's the same issues that we talked about last time. It's just nothing has happened.
So,
I'm hesitant to tackle all the issues on my own. I thought I was going to have some assistance, but
and if you want assistance, I mean, the judge, everybody's told you you get whatever assistance you want, and that's your business.
Right.
And we're not going to, just be really, I want to be really clear, that is up to you, and that's your choice. To do that, we all want to make sure you have every opportunity to do that. So if you want that, do it, and that's
Right.
our business.
no, I know. I know.
That's clear. We've just been coming to you, being honest about where we are in the process. No one has laid down an ultimatum yet. We're trying to avoid that.
No, that's good. That's what I want to avoid too. It's
Right.
just.
I just thought if I came in here and
you can see we're not. I mean, we're telling you that you're smart enough. You know that it is what it is. What I'm telling you, what he's telling you, is reality of this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're not.
Yeah.
You're familiar with
Oh, I was.
well, what do you want to talk about today?
I've just been thinking that hypothetically, dust drought for me to give you all the information you need might be kind of like a last minute kind of thing. So I'm not around for the aftermath.
Well, do you think that's realistic?
Do I think it's realistic? I don't know. It seems to me like that would kind of be my call, whether or not it's realistic.
Well, but okay. I mean, like I said, if Vermont goes forward, it's not going to be your call or our call. If Vermont does, and they don't have any reason to move at your pace.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? And right now, we've been working together, so.
Well, I know.
I kind of doubt Vermont is going to
Well, and
play
whether,
that game. I doubt they're going to, I mean, I'm telling you from even the U.S. Attorney's perspective down there, I doubt they're going to play that game that says, we're going to move forward in Vermont really quickly on the couriers, make sure that gets all wrapped up, and, we're going to give him what he wants, and then, but because we think at the last minute he's going to tell us everything.
or I guess that my opinion on that would be with it, the issue with doing it, something like that would be, would you be able to provide us with enough information that we need, and would that leave some type of doubt the way it being done like that, rather than up front cooperating every step of the way and giving us the details that we need to make the closure, rather than right there at the end when all we're getting is maybe a name and a place, and we might not be able to complete the closure all the way, and there might be some, I don't know, it's just food for thought. Would there be?
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. My concern isn't so much with that. My concern is about keeping things under wraps for the duration of my incarceration, however long that may be. And if I have to do that by giving out little information at a time and continuing to work with you or whoever else, if it seems like that's going to keep working, then that's what I'll do, even if it means more drama that way, I guess. But yeah, it's still better than the alternative.
I think that's logical. I think we should just take a break for a few minutes and think about a couple things. Have a coffee. Do you need the bathroom?
Yeah, if I could.
All right, is there anyone?
All right, Israel, we're just picking up where we left off, because you said something that I want to respond to. I think the last thing you said, and then I also want to respond to something you said earlier about, hey, at the last minute, this idea that seems that you're interested in, that at the last minute you could just tell us everything, right? At the end of all of this with the couriers, you could just tell us everything. So let's use the courier case in Vermont. As we just explained, we have option A and B. We're looking at it that way. A is we get information. We keep Vermont on board. We get some more information, not everything, but we get some more information. We keep Vermont on board, and we keep moving forward on a pretty timely basis.
Right.
With the couriers. Option B, we all kind of felt was, we lose control of Vermont because we don't get anything about New York. Vermont moves forward, and the U.S. Attorney's Office down there in Vermont says, look, he's not cooperating, we're going to charge him federally. The state says he's not cooperating, we're going to charge him state-wise. That's kind of what could happen on Plan B, right?
Yeah.
I mean, are you with me so far?
I take your word for it, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think that I'm telling you something that's what I believe are two possible options here with the couriers. The moving forward option, or the stalling out option, in which case Vermont moves forward federally and state. Now, the state of Vermont does not even have a death penalty, but they would have an interest, as you can tell from their office. But for your cooperation and our working with them, the state of Vermont would want to charge you, right? You can understand that. So the state of Vermont charges you. It's going to be a lengthy process to go forward with. So that's why I mean option B is a lengthy process. And they're not, no one's going to agree, either the U.S. Attorney's Office in Vermont or the Vermont State prosecutors are not going to agree to any kind of a situation where they say, hey, great, we're going to move things along quickly and get Israel sentenced. You know, whether he wants the death penalty, whether he wants life in prison, whatever. We're going to go ahead and move forward with that, with the hope that at the last minute he's going to give us all this information, right? They're just not going to enter into that kind of agreement. But I just wanted you to know my thoughts on that. I don't speak for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Vermont. I don't speak for the state prosecutors on that issue, but you know, I think the reality is they're not going to sort of just move things forward quickly there with the promise, with the idea of the promise from you that they'll learn everything eventually. They're going to want that first, right? I mean, that seems like basic negotiating things. So that, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, the part you left out is that with option A is that if I continue to give them information, they can still do whatever they want as far as charging me.
Look,
They don't have to give me their word on anything. I know
they don't, but they have, and they've given me their word. And so I think what you said was very insightful. Like, well, if you don't want to move things quickly, but you don't want them to be really slow, the quickly is, in my opinion, you tell us.
Right.
And the slow is, you tell us nothing. What you said at the very end when we took a break was, hey, if I have to give you a little bit, you step along the way to keep things moving. Right? That's in the middle. Things will move. They won't move as quickly. They won't move as slowly, but they'll move. So I'm asking you then today to give us the name of the person in New York as a little something. It's half a card. You can rip in half. You give us the name. We move things forward.
No, it's not half a card. It's pretty. No.
Well, you give us the name today. I think we'll be back here next week, and you won't have heard a peep of that. Nobody will have heard about it.
Well,
And it keeps things moving. We'll be sitting here next week. You won't even heard a thing. We'll sit in the week after. You won't have heard a thing about it. Okay? Because we're going to live up to our end of things, because that's what was our commitment to keep that, to follow your goals. Here's what can happen today. You give me the name, I write it down. I don't ask any more questions. We all have some lunch, talk about whatever you want to talk about. You have a cigar. We can talk about the weather, what's going on in Anchorage, whatever. I'll just write down the name, we have lunch, you have a cigar.
well, I mean, it sounds tempting, but no, I'm not giving a name. I'm not giving any names until I find out what my options are.
That's fine. You do what you need to do. We'll see if it changes next week. I mean, I think we'll be in the same position next week where we are today. And so by not acting, we're going towards plan B. That's all. It's not a threat or anything like that. It's just saying, I gave plan A, path A, and path B.
Right.
By doing nothing, we're kind of making a choice.
No, I know. It's a
And,
reality.
I think you can take control of the situation today and let me write down that name. That's the control you have. You write down the name, and you see that next week nothing different has happened. It isn't out there. It hasn't impacted you. It's just allowed us to stay on path A. It's a decision that you can make today.
Well, I think I appreciate what you're saying, but here's what I think we should do is set up a meeting probably later next week, a meeting just like this. If I don't get the information that I need by, I don't know, like I said, the next couple days, then what's going to happen is you're probably going to get an email with a different sort of meeting that we're going to have.
Okay, that's up to you. So you're telling me, we're going to meet, we'll come and meet with you next week. And
Yeah, I mean, I
Something's
assume that you're going to want to do that regardless, but I'm saying that, it's been, I mean, what was the last time I was over here? It was like a week ago and I had already been trying to get so I mean, like I say, if I don't get the information I need this week by the avenues that I'm trying to get it, then obviously that's not working.
That's
I'll
up to
do
you.
something else.
That's up to you. That's your choice.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's a little bit from my perspective, it's there's several different things going on, and trying to keep them all related in my head, and then trying to keep everything moving on all of them separate from each other, but still in the same direction is not an easy task, apparently. So, but yeah, that'll at least give me some more time to get the information that I need. In the meantime, you, I had requested this from other avenues, but you had mentioned that there was news from Vermont. Was there a press release done or something? I know that they were coming up on the anniversary for their disappearance.
And that's what we wanted to tell you, and why we wanted to meet with you today. Tomorrow is the anniversary.
Oh, is it?
And so right now we have nothing to take to them. So what I wanted to accomplish today is to be able to tell them we got a name. I'm not going to tell them the name. I wanted to say, Vermont, we got a name. Stick with this. We know it's the anniversary. You got a lot of pressure tomorrow.
Right.
Stick with us.
Well, that was a concern I had, because I know that that's like the media makes a big deal out of the anniversary.
Oh, and they're all over them. I know that, and that's what Vermont is wanting to know. I don't need to give Vermont the name. I just need to tell them, trust me, he gave me the name. They're not going to know the name. I'm not going to give it to them. They don't have any need to know. But that gives them a reason to stand firm.
Well, they already have a reason. I'm not going to give them that just so they have another reason.
Well, you're not giving it to them. You're giving it to me.
Well, at your behest or whatever.
Okay, well, that's what we wanted you to know about. So, look.
Oh, trust me, I'll know about it. I don't care. It doesn't matter how many miles away. I imagine if my name pops up, I'm pretty sure it'll. As inept a media here is, I imagine we'll hear about it here.
What's Vermont's reason to stand firm?
I don't know.
You said they already have a reason, so I'm curious as to what that reason is.
Well, I don't know. Some common sense, I guess. I'm sure that at this point they want to give themselves a pat on the back, but frankly they don't deserve one, so that's their reason. If they were being honest with themselves, they would know they couldn't give themselves a pat on the back for that.
Well, they're going to say, hey, if Israel was being honest with himself, he would just tell you guys and move this thing along. That's their reaction to it.
I'm probably more honest with myself than anybody else.
Are you? You're just looking to hide. I mean, are you looking to hide the information? Is that what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
You're looking just to hide it.
Well, I
Because
mean, I'll get it to you, especially if there's something in it for me, but it'd be better if my name wasn't attached to it from here till eternity or whatever.
Well, we've told you before, we don't have a problem with that. We've demonstrated repeatedly that we have the ability to greatly influence that.
Right. No, I for now, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, yeah, I think we can keep. I think I could probably tell you everything today, and some being the case that it is, I'm sure we could probably keep stuff under wraps for a year, 2 years, whatever. I'm not worried about that.
So then what's
Ready to go.
What's the deal?
I'm worried about after that. Eventually, my name is going to be attached to it. So, if there's a way that I can protect myself from that and still get you guys what you need, then I'm going to do it. But I don't need to be punished for these other things that I haven't talked to you about yet, because all these other they can't prosecute a dead man, so it's like, what?
Right, but do you think anyone's going to really? Do you think Vermont charges you for the courage? Do you think they're really going to give you the death penalty, knowing that there's more things out there? Do you think they're going to say, you know,
Right,
let's
so
move forward?
see, I know,
You're in a
I get your point
catch-22, my
exactly.
friend.
I already fucked up. so.
You're in a catch-22, and we're offering you, we're offering you what is, I think, your best bet. That's your call, buddy, but, you're in a catch-22 because Vermont U.S. Attorney's Office, Vermont State isn't going to rush forward and give you what you want, knowing that there's more information. out there.
Yeah, right.
They do that.
They can't give me what I want anyway.
Well, they could charge you federally in Vermont with the carjacking resulting in the careers that they haven't done that because they've trusted us that we're coordinated. They're not going to rush out there and give you some sentence, whatever it may be, while there's still information out there about unsolved crimes. We're offering what I think, so that's your catch-22. I wanted to make sure you understood that, right?
No, I get it.
And we're trying to work on the timing, the control of the media, you control how the story comes out. This is your opportunity. You control the story, you control the timing, you control the media. And by timing, I mean moving it quickly. The other alternative B is takes forever, possibly. You don't control any of the rest of the stuff. You may be right, they never get it, but then they're not going to just move forward knowing with the unknown. The middle ground, I think, is what you suggested at the end. You give me a name, I write it down, you have lunch and a cigar, and we all meet again whenever you want to meet again. And you're not going to hear anything about it between now and then.
No, I'm not doing anything.
Is Washington a better state?
No. No, it's whatever, we tackle one thing at a time, but I don't want to go into that New York trip anymore until I find out what's going on with this other stuff. And yeah, I'm also a little concerned about what they say tomorrow. It would be interesting to see if anything comes out, if they're able to resist the temptation.
Do you want to have any control on it?
I don't have any control on it. I could tell you everything today. I mean, they could still say whatever they want. I mean,
Yeah, in theory, that's possible. Do you think they would? Do you think that if
I have no idea.
Do you think if I go to them, call them after we get their meeting, and I say, piece of information, you got a name, I'm going to tell him what it is, but he's living up to his end of it. Do you think they're really going to?
My suspicion is that no, they wouldn't say anything about it if you told them not to. But I'm just saying, from a realistic point of view, there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee. I agree with you. Look, there's no guarantees. We don't know what the media is sniffing around and what they know. We can't guarantee that. We've never been talking about guarantees here. We're just working with the best we can do.
Yeah, I know.
And once we go creep towards Plan B, Plan A will be more difficult to get back on.
Well, maybe, I don't know. That's not really my call. That's more your call.
We respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
We think it's your call. I can't do anything with the name. doesn't, and other than by the goodwill of the other people who can say, just continue to cooperate, we're getting a little bit, we're moving in the right direction, we're going to stay on plan A. Other than that, can't do anything with it. They're not going to find the body from what you told us.
No, I'm not worried about it.
If you're not worried about it, it sounds like you have nothing to lose.
Well, by giving, I was talking about, it's true, the body, the name doesn't give you the body.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
there's a lot of other things.
I'm asking you for the most minimal thing that I think keeps us going in the right direction. We can meet again next week.
Yeah,
That's fine.
like I said, I already told these guys today when they picked me up on that. Nothing has changed since last meeting on my end. I don't have any new information, nothing has happened that I wanted to happen, so.
Okay, we're just asking you from our perspective, it's something we can do on the other crimes. We've done it, and from our perspective, I'm talking to you about other crimes, we're standing still and sliding backwards, and it's kind of, as I said, let's just call it depressing and frustrating. But that's what about other crimes. You make your decisions. We told you what we thought could help today. I told you that.
Yeah, well, sure. Help somebody.
I think it would help you.
No, it won't.
Stand with him. It's the catch.
Not in the long run.
You're in a catch-22 about that.
Yeah, I know. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try and manage it.
And we're giving you the managed approach right now.
Yeah, there's just too many unanswered questions right now.
Sorry. Well, in the interest of, not wasting everybody's time and stuff, you said you wanted to meet late next week. Do you want to pick a day right now, Thursday, Friday? Both days are late next week. Do you have a preference?
No, shouldn't matter.
Today, Thursday?
All right, hang tight, Israel. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's that? It's on. It's on.
Morning, Israel.
Morning.
How you doing? See
All
better
right.
days, all right? Sit around. We're going to do our normal advisement.
I have to read your rights. First thing I want to ask you is we didn't interrupt anything over at the jail during anything. No meeting was through or anything. You have the right to remain silent. You understand that, Israel?
Yeah.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You understand that?
Yep.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. You understand that?
Yep.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You understand that?
Yep.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Also, I understand that you have standby counsel for crimes other than Koenig, Mr. Kurtner, and Ms. Welsh, and possibly Mr. Lorenda. Would you like any of those here today? No. Okay. And we're not here to talk to you about the Koenig case, just crimes other than that. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, I think they had some things to discuss with you. Obviously, they wanted to chat with you about some things, and then I wanted to kind of talk to you about where we are on the Vermont thing.
Yeah, I didn't. They wouldn't let me bring my copy of the letter, so there's definitely some things we need to go over.
Okay, well, I've got a copy.
Who wouldn't let you? Jail?
Yeah,
Okay.
they don't like it when
Leave with
I carry stuff around with me.
If you guys want to chat about what you need to chat about, I can
Afraid
create a
of
letter.
a
and then
paper cut?
You need to mark up the letters, that would sort of like you have some requests on it?
No, we can just go through it.
Okay.
I already went through it, so I
So you have the letter here somewhere.
You can make an extra copy if you need to.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know, I know you weren't real concerned about the boat, but I told you when you left last time that I had a video list of what was actually taken from the boat.
All right.
And what they do is they print out a receipt. They don't have the actual receipt. This is just an internal document, so I can show you on here what they took. Total of 19 items seized, but some of those are swabs. They're not actual things.
Right.
So unknown materials, these I'm assuming were like pieces of thing, or like stains that may have been blood or something like that they just doesn't know, because that's based on where they were taken from the engine area. Fibers and fragments, same kind of thing. I don't know what that is. I can ask about that. All of unknown material. My guess is
They
it's
don't know what
probably
it is
here.
either.
Hopefully the lab will know.
That's why you call it a ball of unknown material. Huh? Maybe you could shed some light on that if you know.
Do you know what the ball of unknown material
I have
is?
to see it.
They had possible bone fragment and other material twice. Down here, 2 different things were taken. There, rope, the anchors with the line, other rope, a swab, and that swab was taken from seat cushion. Screws, these were all in the back area by the carpeting, or in that area in the back by the motor. There's hair as well. More swabs,
Yeah.
same kind of thing. This was that piece of carpeted wood by the trim that they took in the build pump stuff as well. More rope, and they took the cable ties. I think they'd already probably had these before we had talked last time, so those were already.
All right.
So that's what they took, and then eventually I'll get an actual receipt paper if you want that, you can have it. Questions about any of this? Okay.
I'll give you a copy of this.
Okay.
So we mark it up.
Okay.
So while she's making a copy, anything you want to discuss generally?
Any what?
Anything you want to discuss generally about the letter, about any concerns you have?
Well, one of my main concerns right now is trying to get a handle on what the process is going to be. If this goes to CCU, they approve one or all my cases for the death penalty. It comes back, and then my understanding at this point is it goes to a judge, and they decide, make a decision as to whether or not to pursue it from there.
Again, like I said, I can't give you legal advice, but here's my understanding of the process. In terms of the notice itself, it gets filed, all right, with the court.
Right.
After it gets filed with the court, then, obviously you're free to plead guilty in your main case or go to trial, or the courier case, whatever you want.
Right.
And then, let's assume we're talking about the courier case, there would be a sentencing set. And at the sentencing, I think there would be, either, like I said, there's an option to both sides agree to do a judge sentencing or a jury sentencing. And then that would go to that, and then ultimately the jury or the judge is the one who would have to impose the death penalty
Right.
or life in prison.
Okay, so it goes to the judge or the jury sentencing, either one. At the sentencing, it's a public hearing.
Yes.
Either way, it has to be a public hearing.
I think, most of it, now there's exceptions for public hearings where we conceal parts of them. And part of the methods we've used to kind of close portions of sentencings in the past is to apprise the court of cooperation efforts on behalf of the defendant. If we've got a legitimate law enforcement basis to close the public out, we can do that. Now, in order to do that, we have to, get approval from main justice. But, it's happened in the past. It's happened virtually in every case that I've had cooperators, and usually they don't want their cooperation known because it could endanger them, or
Right.
they certainly don't want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my concern is, like I said from the beginning, there's certain aspects of the things that I've done that I would prefer never became public. And from what I've been hearing lately, at something as serious as a death penalty hearing, they want to review all of the evidence before they make a decision, whether it's
You
a
say
jury
they,
or
you
a
mean
judge.
jury? Okay.
Jury or a judge. And obviously, in everything we've discussed, there's a lot of that. I mean, if they're going to review all the evidence, then that's primarily going to be interviews that we've done, in which that information is going to be in that evidence. And so if it's a public hearing, it's going to be, all that's going to become public, and that's exactly what I didn't want from the beginning. Certain aspects of this that, there's no way around it, but, as far as different things that were done with the bodies and the sexual assault stuff, that type of stuff, I just don't, I don't see, if that has to be part of the hearing, then we got to figure out something different.
I got sort of two possible solutions I've been thinking about if it gets to that point. One with respect to stuff that you're working with us on, like other crimes, other bodies, and they're still investigating to corroborate your confessions for those murders. We can certainly seek approval to close that part of the sentencing, to the extent you're talking about those. All right, now, look, I don't know whether or not, no guarantees whether or not main justice would grant that. The second portion of it is, we control the evidence that we present. So the government's got to present the evidence. And, maybe there's some way to kind of address both of our concerns here by circumscribing, by limiting the amount of stuff that's introduced into court to that. So I've been toying with that idea. Now, obviously, there's a catch-22 to that, right?
Right.
The worse things, appear to the jury or the judge, the more likely it is you're going to get what you want.
Right.
In the context of the Courier case. Right? Thanks. But I think that there is maybe a way around that. But in order to kind of get around that, what we'd have to do is we'd have to have at least the basic information on all of the murders you committed. So basically, it's not like, hey, we're sort of going with quantity rather than quality of the murders. And if we can corroborate those, I think there may be a way to kind of get you what you want, but also, obviously we get what we want then too. That would have to be part of the negotiation. Now, these are just thoughts I've had, but
Right. Here's the problem with that scenario is, like you said, I might get what I want. You definitely get what you want.
well, look, I think you said it before in other contexts of, if people hear the things you've done, I don't think any jury would have any doubts about what they do. Now, I can't promise what a jury is going to do. I can never do that.
Right, but that was me operating under the maybe somewhat naive assumption that as long as I was giving you all this information, there was no reason for it to become public. Whereas if I already know that if you go out and you find out this stuff on your own, then all kinds of stuff becomes public.
Well, maybe all kinds of stuff. I mean, it would have to be a numbers thing. I mean, right now, the way we're going now, let's assume we don't ever strike a deal on the courier thing. Then I think it does become public, some of this stuff. Then we're forced to kind of go your way, and you're forced to go, your own way. We've got to go our separate ways, and we've got to, try our cases. I understand that. I think now is the time to sort of strike a deal that would encompass all your activity. And then part of that, broker some deal about, what we can introduce and what we can't.
Well, this is another problem. This is why I was pushing for a different type of meeting this week. But obviously there's other things going on that I don't even know what's going on. So, and I know we can't talk about it, but that's an issue for me. So.
About other things that are going on in the
Right.
process. Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on. So.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I can't help you with that. That's between you and
No, I
the
know,
attorneys.
and that's a problem. So, I don't know what else to say about it other than that. But in regards to the courier thing, I went through that letter several times, and there's nothing. First of all, I was pretty ticked off just thinking back about the way things played out with the whole Vermont thing in general. I remember specifically before we even had, before I gave you the location of that house or anything, I was like, I'll give you the location of this house, but I don't want the locals involved. I don't want. I didn't see any reason to bring anyone back there in that area into the fold, so to speak, as to what was going on, because they didn't have any clue anyway. And next thing I know, there's like articles in the paper, like this big dig site going on. There was a lot more discreet ways to handle it. So you got your information, they went right away to the lead investigator on the case, and my name got leaked out somehow way back then, and then months later you dig and you dig, you never find anything aside from what I gave you in the first place, and then my name's attached to it anyway.
Let me tell you a little bit about at least my perception of how things work there. And I'll tell you a little bit about the realities of law enforcement. If the FBI just kind of went in there and simply said, like gangbusters, hey, locals, you stay out of it, we're handling this, we're not telling you what's going on, that would be a political nightmare for them, okay? Given that they had the information and another agency was investigating. They couldn't do it. I think we've talked about that numerous times since then, that Vermont was a test case. And, I think we've learned a lot from Vermont, and we understood that the way that was handled back then, we'd have to avoid in the future to keep both sides happy if we were going to get continued information. That's the whole reason that we initially came up with, this letter, is to handle it a little bit differently and get Vermont to sort of get on board with us. So, we're successful in getting the letter. Obviously, some things happened that, we were disappointed with too, about your name getting leaked out.
Yeah, we're not happy about the way that was handled either.
In fact, there was a rift between us and Vermont for a while, and we weren't giving them information because of the fact we heard that it got leaked. And so we were, angry at them. We had like a video conference session with all the investigators from Vermont and all the prosecutors from Vermont and us, and kind of hashed things out and said, obviously there's been some problems. They agreed that, look, they're on board with us. They've obviously got to consider the needs of the family, but I think we hashed things out, and things have worked much better, especially like recently. To be able to control that press conference on the couriers in light of the possible settlement of other crimes, I think was a pretty remarkable feat that we were able to accomplish. But what I'm trying to do here is, all right, obviously we can go with this. That was the way to kind of, where they even said in this initial letter, that they would defer to us as to what charging would happen. And that was a way to kind of put the lid on things and kind of keep going quietly. All right, I understand you can go with this. So, what we're trying to do now is just simply revisit that another way. Obviously, that opportunity's passed us by, but there's still this opportunity on the table. And, I think the longer we wait on it, the more problematic it becomes, because I've been avoiding calling Vermont since, this week. I've just basically said, hey, he's obviously getting some advice on the letter, and I haven't heard from them since Monday or Tuesday, and I haven't called them, because I know the next question is going to be, all right, where are we on the letter, because we have to do something. So, this letter is an effort to try to keep everybody in line, keep Vermont in line, get you, to some extent, what you want, and get us what we want. I know
It doesn't get me anything I want. It doesn't get me anything that I'm not going to get anyway. You just said Vermont is chomping at the bit now. They want to see me indicted for this.
in their
So-
jurisdiction.
Whatever. I mean, the whole deal originally was that I would be charged federally with it, and now you're ready to just hand it over to them and let them charge me. So I don't care. If they want to charge me, it's pretty clear at this point I'm not going to get what I want, at least not, I'm not going to get a straight answer on what I want, and apparently I misunderstood the way the whole process works from the beginning, so all the information that I've given you now is probably going to get out anyway, so whatever.
First, there's a way to kind of avoid that right now, and that's what we're working with you on, and that's why we're negotiating with you. But in terms of letting them, have the case, that's not really our intention, but what it is the reality of the situation is, they understand that, when they initially were involved, that you were cooperating, then you decided to slow it down. And, right now they can charge you and put pressure on the feds to give over the evidence. And that's the reality of the situation. Yet, can we sit there and say, no, Vermont, we're not giving you whatever evidence we uncovered with respect to, the couriers? Yeah, it's conceivable, but for the people who make the decisions and how this would blow back on them, realistically, they couldn't do that. They couldn't, they would put political pressure on saying, hey, the FBI is holding back evidence and it's double murder and we can't prosecute this guy because they're not playing fair. That's the reality of the situation, and it's the situation we're trying to avoid in other jurisdictions. I mean, we're trying to do that, but we're it's like herding cats at this point. And I think if we go in there with an agreement to other jurisdictions and simply say, all right, look, he's cooperating, but he needs your assurances that you're not going to do these things that if Vermont still has the option of doing, I think we're a lot better off. And your desire for discretion on some of these things about what comes out in court, we can negotiate with those things, and we can try to figure out, strike a balance where you would get what you want, but we get what we want. I mean, are there any guarantees on what a jury does? No. Can I tell you what the judge is going to do? No, but that's the nature of the work. I mean, that's just the way the law works. I can't couldn't guarantee any jury, no matter how strong the evidence, what they do with it.
Oh, I know.
But all I can tell you,
the biggest issue of all.
But the more compelling, I can tell you, in my experience, the more compelling the case is for the jury, the more likely it is, the stronger the evidence, the more likely it is that you get a favorable verdict. So, you can go, before the jury in the Courier's case and say, yeah, you killed these two people, and that would be the evidence. But at sentencing, you make a much more compelling case if you say, all right, there's also 8 other people that you killed, and you provided evidence on those, and by virtue of the agreement, we would be circumscribed from telling the jury about that. I mean, that's one way to handle it. I think the problem is you're sort of between a rock and a hard place. You don't want to give the jury all the information because, you know.
I don't care if the
details
jury has the information, I just didn't want it all over the media.
all over the public.
Right.
Well, I mean, goes back to sort of the
But
first.
apparently that's not possible. So can I see that letter?
Yeah.
There's something else in there I want to go over.
I think like I said, there are law enforcement exceptions to keep things sealed and from the public if we're still investigating it. You know, we just need to get approval of it. That's something we can put in that letter, that we seek approval from Maine Justice to keep things.
And in this, and I'm pretty sure in this letter, all we're asking for on anything else is who and where.
The details.
Yeah, I know, I see that.
So you get to you control that information by telling us just that.
Right, but the problem is with some of that, it's going to give you more than enough that if this doesn't work out in my favor, you're going to keep playing connect the dots, and I'm going to keep getting bounced around from one jurisdiction to the next.
It doesn't happen with this.
No, it says, prior to any plea agreement, I provide the total number of victims, jurisdictions, which in turn is going to give you, well, it doesn't say names or dates, but it's
Or
gonna
even
give you-
specific locations, it just gives us the jurisdiction.
That's just so we can get their agreement. That's all that's all we're asking for before that. It's purposely set up that way to protect you.
Right, but the problem is I already know that you know where I've been for the last few years, so it's not.
So you're not giving up anything.
So you're right, that's not a lot of new information. It might just corroborate some of the stuff that we have, and it gives us the ability to go to them and get them on board. Or walk away if we're not willing to get on board.
What I see happening with this is that you're wanting more information up front. I still have no idea what's going to happen with the information I've already given you. And admittedly, you don't know what's going to happen with the information I've already given you.
Except that in that letter, if you don't get what you want, that's when the information stops, right?
Yeah, it's conditioned.
Stops until you start finding stuff.
Well, it's conditioned on at least the Attorney General coming back and saying, hey, we're going to seek what you want. Right? I mean, look, you've identified, some issues that you're concerned about, but, I don't think there's anything we can't overcome here. There's no reason to get sort of frustrated about things. It's, we can work it all out. You just identify.
Oh, I
some
know,
new
we can work it
concerns.
all out. I just don't see what the big time crunch is that you want all this information right now, and I still don't know what's going to happen with the stuff I gave you on day one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the problem is we need that information to kind of keep, Vermont on board rather than have Vermont go public. And once Vermont goes public,
Vermont already went public,
yeah, but it
essentially.
didn't really get picked up. They had one reporter who had inside information. She didn't share sources, as far as I know. Clearly, the other stations didn't feel comfortable linking it to you. Certainly, they were calling and trying to get
Even up here,
confirmation.
they added that disclosure. They couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't confirm it locally. So that all they did was run what
Right.
they had.
No, I get that, but I mean, you've already said whether I'm charged with this federally or locally in Vermont, I'm going to be charged with it and soon, right?
That's their plan.
That's what they want.
That's what they want, and that's what we're trying to kind of avoid, at least, because you said you didn't want to get dragged back to Vermont.
So I don't see how they can do that anyway when I'm still facing charges here.
They'll drag you back eventually. I mean, what they do is, and what's happened in other cases, is they lodge the detainer, you finish up here, then you go to Vermont, maybe then they lend you out to the state court there, and that goes through the process, which is what you said you didn't want. And that's where we're headed.
And the other thing is, and I know you know this, is that the way typical law enforcement investigation would work on this. You have to admit that the way this, I know this seems slow to you, that this process has taken a long time. But for us and the people that are in charge of us, what they want, they know that there's potentially up to 10 or 11 victims. So there's 7 or 8 that we don't know where they're at and those kind of things. So what we're getting the pressure to do is find those other people. And so what you don't want us to do is to use conventional police methods to do it. And that
You're already using conventional.
we're not. We haven't gone to
Media?
local media places and said Israel Keys was here on April 10th of 2009. He committed this Tupper Lake bank robbery. He killed somebody in this area, and they're buried here, and we need the public's help in finding out if they saw him or his vehicle, and this was the vehicle, and this is the license plate number. That's what a typical police investigation would do. We know you don't want that, because the first one of those that we put out gets on
You don't
the
want that
Today Show.
either.
You're right. You're right, we don't, because we want this cooperation that we have, and that's why we've been delaying this, but the pressure is getting increasingly with Vermont. We're getting calls from Vermont also, since they ran their story. The colonel of the state police there is getting calls from other families in that area who now think Israel Keys could have killed their family members because he killed somebody else there. And so that's what that's what's going to happen in every state if we use conventional police methods. And we want to keep it as quiet as you do, because we want the information from you, because we know it would be the most accurate. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I mean, I know you know that.
No, I know. But you know as well as I do that you put my name and face out there and dates out there all you want, but we're talking about stuff that's happened at least 2 years ago now.
I realize that, but that's the only other way we can do it, right?
I don't know. But I'm just saying that I'm getting a little bit ticked off at what's happening with the information that I've already given you, and I see no reason at this point to keep giving you more information, because I don't know what's going to happen with that. Once they have it, these different jurisdictions, it's their information. Yeah, I understand that, but then I lose it. And you guys, and then, Vermont, New York, whoever, they do whatever they want with it. And like you say, the whole process is, I'm getting a little bored with it. So,
I mean, you're annoyed with that, with the way that was handled. Quite frankly, I'm annoyed with you, because you had in your power a way to stop it right here. And I came up with this plan, and you could have done it. And if you did it, we wouldn't have had the problem in Vermont last week, because we would have had the authority to say...
They had already leaked my name to the press
but I mean, they
at
had
the time
nothing
that
else.
letter was out.
They had nothing else. And, they've leaked it, but they had absolutely zero until they had the corroboration of the press conference, which, by virtue of this letter, we would have had more sway into telling them, no, you can't do that because he's cooperating, and here's what he's already done, and he's lived up to his end of the bargain. So that's the reality of the situation. You blame us for the situation. I'm
I
blaming
do
you.
blame you. I told you from the get-go, before I told you where the freaking bodies were left, I told you that I didn't want the locals involved. And the first thing you do is make a big scene and do a big freaking archaeological dig right alongside the main road.
I mean, come on. You've agreed in the past, if we're being honest here, that we've handled that situation as quietly as possible. To whatever extent we could, we shut people's mouths, and the only problem was probably one cop that didn't get the message early on, and that was it. Because
No, I think you need to back up to your recordings. Because I remember the conversation. I said I didn't want the locals involved in it. And I know now I talked to the guy. I talked to the lead investigator. Not only did you involve him in that, but you took him to New York to dig up the guns. You had him involved from the very get-go.
Well, the only reason that guy was involved in the conversation is we were sort of planning on going with this at the time, if you remember. Okay, and that was sort of by your
You went and
consent.
got the guns before that letter was written.
Yeah, we were trying to, that lead investigator, like I said, politically, and maybe, the FBI can explain to you, you can't just simply walk in there and say,
Well, you
"We're the
told me you
feds."
could.
I don't think we did. I mean,
Back up to recordings.
yeah. I'll go look at it and I'll listen to it, and I'd be happy to kind of share it. But I think what we said was the FBI would lead and handle the case, and that's what's happened.
No, you said you would control it.
Yeah, and to whatever extent we could, we did. In fact,
All right,
there
and I'm
was
saying I'm
nothing.
not happy with the extent that you've controlled it. You haven't controlled it at all.
And we realize that. We can see that. We're not happy either. I mean, but we're
Look, I know it was more than one thing that caused the whole thing to get out of control. I know that if the house had still been there and it all just been neat and wrapped up in a couple days without doing a freaking landfill dig, yeah, it would have made it easier. But that's not, the fact is there are different things that happen the way they happen. And now I don't know what's going to happen with all this information I'm giving you. And you know I'm not just talking about the couriers.
Well, that's why we're here negotiating. Look, you have stuff you want, we have stuff we want. Yeah, can we promise you absolutes? No.
I know that.
Just like you can't promise us absolutes that we're going to find these people. So who knows whether or not we'll ever be able to kind of, give closure to their families. I mean, it's up in the air for us too. We're just both doing our best to try to come to some sort of resolution. Yeah, it's not ideal. We have different interests, but I think there's a way to meet those in the middle that will avoid a lot of the things that you don't want, and at least try to get us started on the things that we want. No guarantees from our end either.
We have the ability to control it better now. I told you the other day, back in April when you told us about the couriers, we had no idea what we were dealing with. We didn't know there were 7 or 8 more bodies. We didn't know a lot. And we have the ability now to control it better.
Had we known that back then and were able to communicate that to the people in Vermont, I don't think the leak would have happened, because I think that person would have realized the gravity of the situation. I don't think that they did. I think they thought the end of it was their case. That was the only one that mattered to them. And clearly it wasn't, and I'm sure that person...
Well, that's fine. What's done is done. I'm just saying, from right now, from my perspective, this letter doesn't offer me anything. I know that you have pressure on you to find these other people, but frankly, they'll keep. And I still don't know, like I say, what's going to happen with this information I gave you on day one.
Well, let's talk about it.
I would love to, but unfortunately, other parties chose not to be here. So,
I mean, look, in your discussion of other crimes, I mean, I know we mention this to you all the time, that, you can have counsel present for these discussions of other crimes. I know we pay lip service to it, but, I mean, you were in Judge Beisland's courtroom when we did this whole thing.
I don't have any
basically
problem.
said, if you want to stop talking and you want to kind of invite counsel here, then you can invite them and they have to come.
Look, I don't have any problem speaking for myself. The problems I have is with the legal procedure as to what happens with this stuff in the courts. I already know what happens with it on the ground. I'm just saying I don't know what happens with all this information, like that whole thing about the whole investigation and interviews being made public for the sentencing hearing. I did not know that. I was led to believe that if I gave you information, then we controlled all that information.
You still have an opportunity to control that information. And, agreements can be struck, but they have to be struck now in advance, because if we get too far down the line, here's what's going to happen. Like I said, we identified Vermont as, a problem because that was, happened at a time we didn't know what we were dealing with. I wrote that on that flip pad I showed you a while ago. Vermont, we got to deal with Vermont. I know it's going to be a problem. All right, now I know it's to the point where, yeah, it's a reality that it's going to be a problem. If we take control of the situation, I think we can avoid that problem. You can then negotiate what the extent of what you tell us. And to some extent, what comes out in court. But we've got to talk about it, and we've got to kind of go forward, because what's going to happen here is that, let's assume we don't strike any deal. I mean, here's what I see happening. And again, I saw this months ago. And I'm just going to tell you in the future what's going to happen is they're going to go ahead and say, all right, well, he doesn't want to enter into a global settlement on the other crimes. We're going to go ahead and charge him. Okay. Once they charge him, it doesn't become, once they charge you, it doesn't become one reporter saying Israel Keys did this. It becomes, all right, the government saying he did this. And then that becomes sort of a national frenzy of Israel Keys killing 3 people, traveling around the country, killing people. Where else has he been? What kind of shows can we do? And then that in turn puts pressure on the local FBI. All right, they're going to come to Jolene and say, all right, well, what did you do? What have you done to kind of make sure you've investigated all his crimes? Oh, you didn't put media out? You're sitting there talking to Israel Keys, you're trusting him, and you didn't do the necessary things that we see fit? That's exactly what's going to happen. And they're going to say, you go do it. And it's not going to be up to Jeff Bell or Jolene Goodman or Frank Russo or Kevin Phelps.
Like I say, if they think that's going to help, then they're idiots. Because, like I say, we're talking. I've given you all the information that any. First of all, no media exposure. Even if I hadn't given you all the stuff on the more recent ones, would have helped. I don't think it would have helped. I don't know.
It maybe wouldn't help, but it gets your name out there and is something connected with things, which is what you
Right.
don't
That's
want.
why I gave you that information. But I mean, now you're talking about wanting to put my name in the media, which is the one thing I didn't want from
We
you
don't-
guys.
we don't want to do
want
that.
to.
But it's going to happen. Is what you're saying.
I'm concerned it's going to happen. That's my concern as I look forward.
If we
don't
can't
have some agreement.
if we can't get another avenue for doing it, I don't see that the FBI. I don't see that we have any other choice on how to investigate it. I mean,
Yeah, you could just hold off until I see what happens with the information I've already given you, and then we still have an open line of communication. If you do that, I have no. What incentive do I have if you after all the information I've given you, you run to the media and put all this crap out there for my family and everybody else to see, and then at some point down the road, we still don't have enough to find out for sure that he did this, that, and the other thing, but let's go back and talk to him. You really think I'm going to feel like giving you any more information?
From our perspective, you have to see it sort of the other side of the coin. What guarantees do we have that you're going to give us the information?
You don't have any guarantees.
Exactly. Just like you don't. So we're trying to reach an agreement here where we both have some assurances that we're bound by in an agreement. So if we're bound by
I don't have any guarantees, but it's pretty likely you're going to get the information.
Why do you say that? I mean,
Because it looks like I'm stuck here for a while.
well, what incentive would you have to give out the information?
I don't know. I'm sure things will come up. Right now, you guys got me on pencil restriction. So.
Pencil restrictions.
I don't know. What is that, Joe?
that's to get you to stop eating pencils, I guess.
Look, I think, what we're trying to do is, look, it's obviously a situation where you have interest and we have competing interest. Like I said, things are negotiated like that every day. And I think we can negotiate something like that, but, we need a little bit more to do it. To avoid Vermont doing what they're going to do, to avoid, what the FBI nationally is going to come down and say we should have been doing in this case. That's our interest in it.
But I don't see what you keep talking about what Vermont's going to do. But if you've already said that I'm going to be charged with this federally, if they
I don't know, federally or state. They haven't.
But
told
one
me.
or the other soon, right?
That's what. Well, I mean, look, I've been holding them off, and I can ask them to hold off a little bit longer. I mean, that's their plan. They've said that in the press conference.
I'm just
Are we
saying
planning to
originally
charge?
this was all this information on the Courier case was supposed to become part of the other information that I gave you prior to that.
Yeah.
And now it's all of a sudden become a separate thing, and now you want more information to add to this.
We're just trying to control, what happened at the very outset when we didn't know the full scope of things. Let's just deal with that problem. All right, maybe we can't, solve every single problem here, but we're happy to kind of try to solve Vermont. And I think it would be minimal impact to you if we convince them that, look, he just pleads guilty here and then it gets wrapped up all globally in Alaska. that would be probably have the least impact on you. Agree?
Yeah, you know, this whole thing is already a huge.
You know, we're just trying to solve the
They never even found the bodies. At least if they had found the bodies, then it's just, you know, there's no way around it now. You charge me with the couriers. Everybody knows now, as soon as you charge me with that I gave you all the information you have, because you didn't find any on your own. Even after they knew they were at the landfill, they're like, oh, we didn't find them, but they were definitely murdered, and we definitely have the person who did it. And now, pretty soon, we're going to tell everybody who did it. And the person who did it is Israel Keys. So how did they know that? Well, you must have told them, so whatever.
How can we avoid?
You can't avoid it now. That's already happened. I mean, the majority of it's already happened. The only thing left is you to come out and say, yeah, the Israel Keys is the one who's going to be charged for it. So
And they didn't say that.
they didn't say it yet. I'm just saying, I'm going to be charged for it. You said soon, either federally in Vermont or in Vermont, and that's.
Well, is there a way we can kind of at least keep the lid on things in Vermont any longer? I mean, and maybe, you know, I know you have another situation to work out, but give us something that buys us time.
How do I know how much time? First of all, I'm not buying any time because they already did a freaking news story on it, and you've already said they're chomping at the bit to charge me now. So, you know.
But if we can get something from them and simply just say, hey, you know, hold off, or for some other sort of, you know, deal. I mean, look, you know, obviously our preference, and I think yours is too, to wrap all this up, you know, globally with all the other crimes. But
Well, that's only if I can get what I want out of it, and that's looking less likely all the time, especially since I still have no idea. It's been freaking months since we first started talking, and like I say, I still have no idea what's, like, in a broad scope of thing, what is going on or what is going to happen or how long each of these things is going to take. I have no idea. I haven't been able to get a straight answer on it from day one, so.
I can tell you in terms of the courier case, because all I did, I laid it out here, you set the deadlines. And we put deadlines in here, you know, at least for your edification. We can put more deadlines. We can sort of work on, you know, the language. We can work on how much you tell.
There's no deadline. I mean, the only deadlines are events that happen. They're not dates.
Well, I mean, I said there's a couple weeks from the events, and then there's, you know, seeking expedited review. And so that's, you know, what I've been working on. It's not like, you know, we've been sitting here just, you know, calling back to Washington, D.C. and asking, how can I screw Israel Keys? You know, I've been trying to kind of, you know, pulling my hair out, trying to figure out a way to kind of resolve this dispute and settle everything where, you know, you have the best chance of getting what you want, and we have the best chance of getting what we want. So I've been dealing, like you said, you know, Vermont, what happened, you know, if we had to do it over again, maybe we would have done it a little differently. But we didn't know the full scope of things, and, you know, it is what it is. We can't rewrite that. What we can do is we can change the future as to what happens, and we'll change it. You know, we can change the future as to these other things, because, you know, right now, your concern is that you go to court on the couriers, and then all these details come out that you don't necessarily want to come out, right?
With everything that I told you.
Okay, with everything. All right. We keep going the way we are and not agreeing on different things, then yeah, I think stuff like that's going to happen. So you're sort of between a rock and a hard place. Hey, you know, if you don't agree globally, you can't stop the flow of information. Vermont, they'll use whatever, they'll exert whatever influence, and they can kind of use your confessions against you. Right now, before that case is charged, you're in a position of power where you can negotiate. All right, well, here's the deal. I'll give you this other stuff, but here's what I want out of it. And your information is, valuable now. I mean, it's valuable to you and it's valuable to us.
It's only valuable to me as long as I still have it. I mean, I don't. there's nothing.
But the value is that it'll be in the agreement, and we're bound to the agreement.
Yeah, and the value is also, that they would, they would use it at capital crimes to justify whatever the decision they have to make there confidentially. So there's that. This other stuff in terms of limiting the amount of information, yeah, if we keep going the way we are, then there's no agreements, and who knows what people will use. But there's a way now to kind of...
Well,
do
you
that.
should know, because you're the one I gave the information to at this point.
But what I'm saying is that if we sort of strike a deal on it and it limits what we're, we all bosses, like I said, they're going to tell us, hey, you have to present all this information in court to justify whatever decision the jury's going to make on him. But if there's a binding agreement that says otherwise, at least then we have a reason not to, and then we're bound not to do that. And that could avoid the negative consequences that you're concerned about. I think there's a way to do it. I just don't want to shut any doors here.
Well, I don't either, but, the problem is I think you're trying to open all the doors at once, and I still don't even know what's behind door number 1, so.
What do you mean open all the doors at once? Because I don't...
That's what this letter is asking for. You want, to an extent, as much information as you can get, and I still have no idea what's going to happen with it. If this doesn't work out, from my perspective, then you still have your information, and then I still have no idea what's going to happen to me. So.
But I think up front, all we get is jurisdiction.
Until you
We
get your
are-
assurances.
Because we already know the numbers, right?
So, yeah, all we get up
So all
front
we're
is
getting is
jurisdiction.
where?
And not even a specific where, just
A jurisdiction.
Eastern District.
Not a year, not anything else. Not a name. It's just to fulfill your needs, to kind of simply say, hey, I don't want this to be a problem in getting what I want.
I mean, if I'm going to give you any information, I would just rather have something that's tangible that I get for it.
Well, let's talk about it. Again, there are no promises, but,
Well,
let's...
if it's not a promise, then it's not very tangible.
Well, it's tangible in that we can, assure you what we're going to do. Some of this, like you said, is out of our hands in terms of judge and jury.
I get
But
that.
hey, tangible is a letter from a jurisdiction that says I'm not going to prosecute you. That's tangible.
I'm talking about something that says, like I say, my main concern has always been the amount of information that's released that I have given you, the details, certain details. To me, that's a major concern, and I don't. And right now, I'm still really fuzzy on, if what I want. It sounds like, I don't know. From what I've been hearing, it sounds like it has to come out. If it goes to the death penalty sentencing phase, it sounds like all that stuff is going to come out. And I don't know. It's just.
That's why.
And in the meantime, I'm also concerned about you releasing that information anyway, as whether you're doing it to piss me off or whether you're doing it to get the public's attention or for whatever reason,
So let's control that, Israel. None of that has to come out, or the stuff that you don't want to come out doesn't have to, if we negotiate and agree upon what that is.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So let's do that.
Yeah, so it's not, look, I didn't write that letter to say, hey, take it or leave it. I gave it to you, let you review it, Agreements are negotiated all the time.
What would you like to see in there that's not?
No, I don't know, because I don't even know what's possible at this point. All I know is, with all the information that I've given you,
It's really freaking. Might be a lot more easy.
So I mean, I could come up with a plan C, if you want, and my plan C would look something like this. Israel sort of controls the amount that comes out from the sentencing of the couriers. We can agree upon what that is, maybe sort of a brief statement of I killed this person and they're buried here, right? In exchange for, obviously, we're going to do all those things in advance to get your assurances of non-prosecution, but then you're also controlling the extent of information that comes out. So, I mean, I think, look, like I said, it's sort of catch-22. You want to have the death penalty imposed upon you. The more information the judge or jury has, the more likely that would be. But, I guess my plan C is, well, then at least we can kind of do quantity over, details of what happened. I think that, would be
Yeah, but the
compelling.
time to do that is at sentencing, not now.
Mm-hmm. No, well, I mean, we have to get started on it to at least
Why?
corroborate it and get those assurances from those jurisdictions, right?
Otherwise, if it
Well, I
comes
don't
out at
know.
sentencing, you get
That,
charged.
see, this is the stuff I don't know. I mean, how the hell do I know we have to do it now? For all I know, you can charge me, and then at the time of the sentencing, we can say, look, there's this additional information. I just don't see where I have any incentive to give you any more information right now, because all this stuff is going to happen to me anyway. I mean, whether I'm charged federally or in Vermont, I don't even understand how they can charge me in Vermont, because Feldus told me this was a federal crime. So that was the whole idea of me giving you like the guns and the silencers and all that crap, because I thought it was all going to be federal, and now you're saying they want to charge me locally, and I don't even, whatever, you're the lawyer, so.
I think that nothing, there's nothing that can't be overcome here, all right? And that's what I'm just trying to work on. I'm trying to figure out a way where everybody gets closest to their goal. And I think we can do that.
Oh, you're going to get your goals.
Well, I don't know that. What do we just go back and I'm going to assure the guys, hey, don't worry, Israel said we're going to get what we want, so don't worry, guys. I mean, you know what they're going to say to that. This way, at least if there's an agreement, we can show them. I can go, it's not just Israel saying, it's an agreement that we have that he's going to get us close to our goals, we're going to get as close as we can to his goals, and hey, we're both walking away, leaving something at the table. Jurisdictions are walking away, leaving something at the table. I mean, we have to get those assurances, and that's something that's going to take time. And that would prevent you from the detriment of getting dragged around, which is something you've told us you want to avoid. And I'm just trying to keep it together.
Right.
And I think this is the
that's
best
another
way.
concern I have is I give you this information, things don't work out my way, I still get dragged around.
How do you figure?
Because if Plan A doesn't work, then all these other jurisdictions are going to go to Plan B and charge me separately for everything that I've done.
Well, Plan A, though, before we even get to it, would require them to write a letter saying they're not
Said
going
they
to
wouldn't
do
do
it,
that.
right?
Well, it's not on here now. I mean,
Well, we can put it on there. I mean, look, that's a starting point. It's a 3-page letter, not even. Like I said, that needs to kind of go into a more comprehensive agreement. But, don't get frustrated with the terms. Everything is, you have some other concerns you identified today? We change the letter. We work on it. But we don't just get frustrated and kind of walk away, because that's, that puts people in a corner. We don't want to put you in a corner. We don't want to be in a corner. I think we both know that the best way to proceed on this is the way we have been proceeding. And doing it as quietly as possible. I mean, I think,
that's my whole issue right now.
Yeah.
Is it hasn't been very quiet. I mean, there's already like freaking pages online about me. I don't know.
pages speculating.
Yeah, but I don't know. Whatever, speculation, fact. Does it really matter?
Well, I think it does. I think he even said that last time we met. It's like, it's one reporter. reporting something. It's not reality yet. And, I just am trying to negotiate a resolution that, look, it's going to control Vermont because, we learn from it, and it's going to help us avoid that problem in other jurisdictions. We can control certainly what's introduced. Like I said, if there is a way where you're cooperating with us and we can represent the court as cooperating, there may be a way to keep that cooperation under seal in court.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm concerned about, but like I say, there's the Courier case is not the only one I'm concerned about right now.
Let's deal with those concerns on the other cases. I mean, that's why the whole, aim of the plan is to kind of get their buy-out before we do anything. If we can't go to them and simply, have someone say, hey, we just need your buy-out on this, we need the assurance. It's difficult to kind of control things. I agree. I do think that, look, you're going to follow through on your end, but
I just think at this point, I'm kind of feel like I'm in the position where I've given you a certain amount of information. None of it has, or I shouldn't say none of it. About half of what I thought we had an understanding on, from the very beginning, hasn't worked out in my favor. Granted, some things haven't worked out in your favor, but I just think at this point, I just don't see what incentive I have to tell you anything else. Day-to-day, I got day-to-day issues. And, we come over here and we sit in this room and I still don't know what's going on with, like I say, with everything that we've talked about. And
in terms of the other case, obviously that's on you and your lawyers to kind of do whatever you see fit. In terms of the Courier case, that's what I can control and that's what I can help control, at least. To the extent that I can assure them that things are in the works. Look, I can tell them, and I have told them, look, I think he's going to cooperate and continue giving us some of this stuff in exchange for some of the, for some discretion. But, they don't know you, and
I don't expect any sympathy from anyone.
No, and they're not. That's exactly the point.
Come on, let's be realistic.
I am being realistic. They're not sympathetic at all. And that's why they're saying, well, got a case on them, I guess. We can go ahead and charge them, right?
Exactly. So
What I'm trying to tell them is, look, that's maybe not the best thing to accomplish everybody's goals. And if I have something that I can take to them, I can maybe, just put that off. So that's all I'm trying to deal with. I think there's a way to kind of circumscribe and limit the information in court. I think there's a way to write that into the agreement. I think there's a way to global settlement. But if you want to put a Band-Aid on it, as they call it, and let's try to deal with the Vermont situation, I'm amenable to doing that too.
I don't know. I don't. There's just a lot of stuff.
What about
why is it carjacking anyway? I didn't
well,
get that
you
part
took
either.
their put them in the car.
Is that because it was their car and not mine or something?
Yeah.
So if it had been my car, it would have been kidnapping or what?
Yeah, it depends on the method of the kidnapping.
It's
but-
weird carjacking.
Yeah, kind of makes you seem like a gang member. So I'm just trying to think about Vermont, maybe how to buy time over there.
I don't. They've already released enough information. They're going to get hounded endlessly until they release my name now. So
Yeah, but if I can, give them something that kind of gives them comfort and gives the family comfort, then, maybe we can delay things there until at least you find out what's going on in your other situation.
I don't. Like I say, it doesn't matter as far as Vermont goes. Everybody already assumed I did it. So
Yeah, but no one's really
even my own family pretty much assumes I did it. So.
But one of your goals was to not get charged out there. That was one of the things you told us the other day, is that you didn't want to
No, I
have to go
don't.
back there. So that is something that we can still,
So ideally, what would that say? You said there was some, how would you have that read? What information would you have released about the? I mean, you control everything beyond the couriers because you only tell us whatever you want to be released. What would be acceptable to you to be released that you think would meet your goal in this case? And like Craig was talking about quantity.
Well, it sounds like right now I don't even know if this is going to be charged by Vermont or by the feds. And
So what would you want that to say regarding that?
see that this is the problem though, because I don't even know what's possible. It doesn't.
it does talk about that if this offer outlines a proposal you plead guilty to conduct in Alaska, which would prevent you from having to go back and face charges in Vermont, either state or federal back there.
Yeah. That would be the goal. That's the goal of this letter is let's keep it here. At least.
So if that's one
I
of the
just don't
initial
understand why they even would want to charge me there in the first place. It makes no sense.
Well, it's also they have family members that they feel like they're close to, and I'm just giving you, their perspective they gave me. They want to kind of make sure their family members see justice, and they feel like it's a Vermont crime. The community needs to know that type of thing, and that's their sentiment. It may not make sense to you, but I understand it from a law enforcement perspective that hey, you committed a crime there, you should be held accountable there. That's typically their take on things. And it would probably be our take on things too if it happened in reverse. All right, but I think that there's a way to just be able to kind of at least put them off for a little while you're thinking about other things and thinking about a global resolution we can work on. But like I said, that's a way for us to get close to our goals. If you want a sort of smaller way, I can come up with one.
No, I mean, your goals at this point are pretty easy. I mean,
Yeah.
My goal is not to get charged for
For the couriers.
7, 8 different times or whatever.
And that's a goal we
Same
can.
thing.
That's a goal we can help you with.
Well, that addresses everything.
Right. No, I understand that is something I still have in my control. I mean, apparently it's already out of my control. I'm already going to get charged twice.
Well,
So
we can, at least have that just rolled in here and just.
right. No, I
So we're trying to
understand
do
that, but I would rather have it all hammered out. This just seems
Well, you know what?
really preemptive right now. It's like there's got to be a way to do it to where I get something a little more concrete, and then then I know for sure that that's it. It's not going to keep going on and on from one.
So what's an example of what you mean by concrete? Like what would you? I guess I'm not clear on what you want.
Well, that's
thought
within
you
our
were-
control. What could we put in there in writing that is?
I don't know that there's. I don't know. I don't have.
What types of ideas that would you like? I mean, look, just plain ideas that we can work with. And I think I have some thoughts on, a couple of different ways we can try to work on this. I just need to know what your concrete ideas are because, that's what you want at. I mean, I try to write that with your goals in mind based upon the flip chart of what your goals are, and, you know, I think I try to satisfy those. And, you know, to the extent you have other goals and other ideas, then, you know, we work it in.
Yeah, I'm just not so sure I even have that goal anymore. I mean, like I say, if me looking for the death penalty is going to make this into a bigger circus than it already is, and they're going to take all this information that the things that I've done and put it in a public sentencing hearing,
It doesn't have to happen that way, though.
well, I don't know that though. I mean, because I've been told it does, so this is the problem.
All I can tell you is the United States government controls what evidence is introduced into court. And I represent them. So I have absolute control over what evidence I put in.
Right. Well, that's good to know.
And if it says in here what evidence gets introduced, that's what Frank has to go by.
Yeah, and no one's going to tell me that, you know, here's what I have to do. Now, obviously, there's, you know, bosses everywhere that'll try to tell you stuff, but if we have an agreement that binds those people, then, you know, it is what it is. Court doesn't have any right to demand more information from us. Court has to let us try our case. And I decide all the time at trial, I'm not going to put that person on, even though maybe they can help my case, but it's not worth it to me. It's not worth it to me because I have some other goal in mind. Legal strategy 101 happens every day. So, you know, that is in my control. That's what I'm telling you. And so you want something that's within my control. It's as simple as that.
Oh boy, I'm gonna end up freaking max lockdown year after year. You're bouncing around.
Doesn't have to be that way.
Call it premonition.
Doesn't have to be that way. We're trying to avoid that. Everybody in this room, I can tell you, is trying to avoid it being a circus. We're just trying to get, you know, what we want. Let people know, our bosses, that we're getting what we want. You know, we've got some assurances. You negotiate what you want. If we wanted to screw you, I wouldn't be sitting here drafting a letter to you about here's what we're going to do for you, and, you know, I wouldn't even be in here. You know, we wanted to go ahead and just try to make you a villain. We could just go and do that. All right?
Radio.
Well, you know, look, you're concerned about the extent to which.
Well, there's certain things. Look, from an entertainment perspective, from my perspective, yeah, it would be really fun to have all this stuff come out. But you know, I'm not trying to single-handedly give my mom a heart attack. But I still think there's got to be something more that I can get out of getting more information. Because I haven't seen anything yet.
What do you want?
I want to know what's going to happen.
You want to know when, what's going to happen and when? You want to know,
Yeah.
You want to know how much information is going to be released publicly? Let's flesh that out a little bit more.
Well, first of all, we can't talk about it in this meeting.
Okay.
And that's the biggest problem of all.
That problem
Secondly,
Go ahead.
there's this problem with Vermont that they already have enough information on me. They want, they want to make it public or whatever, one way or the other. Honestly, I don't care if this courier thing gets charged in Vermont or gets charged federally. Because right now it's not gonna, either way. It seems like it's just gonna keep dragging on, and I've got other more immediate concerns.
Well, the immediate concerns, I mean, here's an idea. Let's deal with your immediate concerns. You want time to deal with those immediate concerns, and, Vermont is obviously, under some pressure to kind of make a decision in terms of charging. There's a way I can at least go back to them as this Band-Aid and say, look, we're going to, move forward on part of the plan. Let's assume we go back to the sort of just the New York thing, and we simply say, part of the plan, to give it a try, he's going to provide just the jurisdiction where the person is taken. If you agree to kind of put off charging, and to just do the same thing you're doing. Just put off the press, put off charging, just say investigations continue. If there's a way to go back to them and do that for, like I just said, sort of a Band-Aid type of thing, just to buy us some time, I'll be happy to try that.
I don't, like I say, I don't care. They've already released the information in the media. They're going to charge me for it. You're going to charge me for it. Either way, the whole thing wasn't even supposed to.
Well, there's a way to, at least put that off, and, if there's a way to put that off, maybe there's a way to strike a bigger deal down the road, if we buy some time for ourselves. And obviously that would entail, though, getting the assurance before you gave any information. So, look, it's a Band-Aid. It allows you to get an assurance, but it also buys you time to think about your ultimate goals and what you want in an agreement.
It also gives you a chance to see if this plan would work, which I sense is part of your concern.
Yeah, it doesn't. It says that this plan. It says right in this plan that this plan might not work. So.
Not from our perspective. I said, look, which part?
Not the kind of thing you want to see.
Which part are you talking about?
There.
Which part are you talking about?
It says, you understand that we have no control over what
The Attorney General.
Right. So that's. But that could follow through with this entire thing. Like
Yeah,
the
but
majority
then you get
of
to
it,
walk away.
There's nothing in it that anybody has any control over.
I think you do have control over things, and you have control over things, because that I put in there just, the Attorney General thing, at a deference for what you want. If you're not getting what you want, then I understand you don't have a benefit. If the Attorney General comes back and says, life in prison is what I want you to see, that's not going to make you happy. And then, the benefit of your bargain is lost, in my mind. And that's why I put it in there. But, look, I think we didn't want to write this letter by saying, the Attorney General is never going to guarantee what's going to happen. We can't make the Attorney General guarantee what's going to happen. We can only make full information available. So that's just a sort of acknowledgement that the Attorney General is an independent body and he gets to make a decision, whatever he sees fit based on whatever information. So, look, as much as there is, the main crux of this deal is you getting control over the prosecution of cases. You getting control over, if you want, the extent of information. You're getting some guarantees over that. And in exchange, us moving forward as quickly as possible with you controlling, some of the deadlines. So, I don't know, I do think you get what you want. I mean, look, we just can't, I don't have the authority to speak for the Attorney General. But I'd like to put a deadline on him too. And say, hey, you got to come back with a decision next week. But, he's not going to listen to me.
Well, there's another factor that just occurred to me recently with the sentencing portion is if whoever happens to be sentencing me knows that the death penalty is what I want, there's a chance that there could be some reverse psychology going into play there, and they're going to want to give me the opposite of what I want.
Well, I think you even talked about that at one point, and that was part of your thought that you go before a jury rather than a judge.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it could work either way.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible.
There's just a lot of
I mean, look, yeah.
unknowns.
I mean, it would be,
Maybe this... Yeah.
You can't guarantee, like I said, I can't guarantee what a judge is going to do. I can't guarantee what a jury's doing.
You just work out a whole under-the-table resolution.
And the other way to look at that, though, is if you think that's a possibility with that reverse psychology, I mean, I guess if they think you have something still to offer, maybe that would be an option. But if not, then, you know what I mean? If they still think there's information to be had, whereas if we had an agreement where all the information was going to come out, I think that might be less likely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one reason I think they could look at something like that. Just my
Everybody just makes too big of a deal out of this stuff.
Well, we're trying.
The bigger problems in the world we could be worrying about right now.
Well, this is, one problem a day. This is sort of the problem that we all have, and we're trying to come up with, a solution that we get both of us get closer to our goal. And that's what I've been working on. I'll come up with another plan. I'm happy to kind of keep working on it. I'm happy to redraft a letter. I'm happy to kind of call whoever I need to call. But, I think I don't want to close the door on things.
Well, I don't really see that that's an option at this point.
I think we all understand that, but we're just concerned that
At this point, I'm thinking pretty obvious to me that whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and I haven't been able to control. I haven't really been able to control any of the information I've given out. And once I've given it out, that's pretty much been it. So
I think you're wrong about that. I mean, think about it. The Tupper Lake bank robbery. Has anybody come and questioned you about that Tupper Lake bank robbery?
no,
Right.
I'm not.
Arson in Texas. Burglary in Texas. No one's talked to you about that, right? Bank robbery in Texas.
It's probably kind of like small potatoes.
Maybe so, but look.
No,
Look, the courier thing was the only thing.
Yes, all right, yes. Okay, great. So all this stuff hasn't come out, but I don't know. I just. I just have some concerns with these other. First of all, like I say, I can't see that there's anything for me to gain at this point. It seems like whatever's going to happen is going to happen regardless.
again, I'll disagree with you on that, but like I said, I think we can control it from here on in. Yeah, there was one cop in Vermont who spoke when he shouldn't have, and yeah, we got to eat that. Sorry about it. It wasn't, that was not planned.
Well, like I said, what's done is done.
Yeah. So, but with the exception of that, I think you remarked before that you've been impressed about the level of discretion that we've displayed.
Yeah, no, that's, well, mostly I was referring to the Alaska stuff, but yeah, that's great, that's fine.
The Alaska stuff we have, obviously more control over, but, the other jurisdictions, we're just trying to control now. I don't want to get in a position where I lose complete control, or we lose complete control in this room about what happens in Vermont. And that's just sort of what I was thinking about in terms of, that letter. It's just trying to kind of keep things under wraps there and have them sort of join back together with us.
To go back to almost that letter. I thought the letter was going to accomplish that, getting us where we need to go. And so I'm just trying to figure out a way to kind of get back there, because I think that's where you want to be, where it just says, what is it?
Well, I mean, even if, hypothetically, even if we had come to an agreement with that letter, that reporter still would have released their information.
Yeah, but look what it says here. Will not identify Mr. Keyes as the perpetrator of the murders and crime he's committed in Vermont, or charge him separately in our jurisdiction without your authorization.
Right.
That's the part that, I'm trying to get that back. And in order to get that back, I've got to buy it with something. Politically, I've got to be able to give them something to say, all right, here's why we're not doing it. And we're going to, if someone questions us down the road, we have some reason to say, here's why we didn't do it. And so that's just, there's a whole law enforcement side, and then there's a whole political side to this too that we're trying to kind of tamp down as well.
I don't know. Starting to think I'm more efficient than government.
Well, I think you're certainly you're good at planning
In
stuff.
what way?
You're good at planning stuff, and that's what I'm trying to do here, is simply come up with a plan. And I'm seeking your input on the plan.
You're a planner and organizer. We could use those skills now to work towards a different goal here.
Yeah,
There's only certain things I like.
I'm trying to plan, and I'm trying to, give Vermont some little glimmer of hope in the hopes of accomplishing a bigger goal. If we can't accomplish the major one, where we have to kind of redraft that letter and get some more concrete terms, and you want to see what happens, fine.
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
don't.
that.
I don't even know. Like I say, I don't even know what's possible.
Yeah, well,
Apparently, my peeps didn't want to be here, so.
they can be here if you want. That's the.
Remember what that says is that if you want them here, that they will be here immediately, I think is what it says.
Mr. Kurtner is supposed to come according to, the court order.
I thought you were always just reading that so you could boot me out if you didn't show up.
You, what?
No, I mean, that's your right, that's an option that the judge has said, is if we're here and
Yeah.
you request him, we give him a call, and according to the judge's order, he has to come immediately.
I don't even care if he's here physically. It'd be nice if one of these times have a meeting and discuss.
Well, I mean, I think he has it highlighted as exactly what it says.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at just to be sure. It's anytime Mr. Keyes wants counsel,
Well, I know I'm
anytime
entitled.
counsel becomes immediately available. That's what it
I
says.
understand that.
Counsel becomes available immediately. So, that's up to you. If you want to discuss other crimes with counsel present, with your other counsel, standby counsels, Mr. Kurtner, we can arrange that with him.
I mean, we could call him at your request and see what he says, if you're requesting that.
Oh, well, already requested it. I didn't say it was, the meeting was supposed to, so 2 days ago.
Well, you didn't request it through us, just to be clear, right?
No, not through you.
Okay.
I'm just saying there's.
If you're requesting that from us now, we're going to stop now, and we're going to step out of the room and make a phone
And
call.
we'll call him.
God, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like there's nothing else we can talk about unless.
I want to kind of obey the court order, to the letter. If that's something you're.
I don't know what
interested
else.
in.
I don't know what else you have to offer me, and so I mean, I'm not happy with what the letter is. It lays out the possibilities, but I don't know if those are the only possibilities. I don't know. It's just
Let's take a break.
This whole thing
Yeah.
is like I say, it's premature.
Well, let's take a break for a second. Step out. I want to kind of make sure we're respecting your rights to.
I'm
Not
fine to
talk
talk.
about it.
I'm fine to talk speak for myself. I'm just saying there's other things that need to be discussed in these meetings that we can't talk about unless, at least as it stands now, unless my attorney is here. So.
But this says right here, if you request us to get a hold of him, we'll do that.
Right.
So I guess I should ask just for the record, do you want us to do that?
You want us to call Mr. Kurtner right now and see if he can come over right now?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll do that. You have to take a leak or anything?
Yeah. I could.
Hang on a second, we'll let us get out here and then we'll get
So where do we leave off?
What's going on with the Koenig case?
All right. Here's what we have. Capital Crimes has the memo. All right. It went in last week. So there was some. I think the U.S. Attorney was a little bit hesitant because there was some concerns that you didn't want to sign the agreement.
What agreement?
The agreement she wrote to.
The one negating the first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, but when we spoke, in the last meeting we had when we were all there, and it was on recording, and I said I didn't want, that wasn't supposed to be on the table in the first place.
Okay.
And I asked Feltus at the end of that meeting if there was anything else he needed, and he said no.
Yeah, and then what happened there is we went back to the U.S. Attorney, and her impression, she said, look, the original one was in writing, so I'd like it to be in writing as well. So she wrote another letter, and obviously, you've seen this, and so it basically said, hey, just like the comfort of it. And then there was a court order as well that basically, prohibited us from doing anything with capital crimes until Judge Roberts reconsidered that. And so we got that rescinded, but then after that, we wrote a bunch of other letters seeing whether or not that was still your intent. Because the U.S. Attorney was very concerned that, you might want to change your mind, and she didn't want to welch on a deal that she had promised you.
So it sounds like the short story is you put in your memo and you did not recommend the death penalty.
I can't tell you what the U.S. Attorney recommended. I'm prohibited from doing that. I mean, I can just give you, you probably have seen these letters that she
I
wrote.
saw a couple of them.
Okay. So she wrote a couple letters, and then I wrote a letter to confirm, and the last letter basically said, the first paragraph, I don't know if Mr. Graber wants to show this to you.
You've already seen all the
Okay.
letters.
So the last letter was, Mr. Curtin did not say that Mr. Keyes has changed his mind. Mr. Keyes still wants U.S. Attorney Leffler to make her recommendation unbound from any promises contained in the March 30 letter. I have conveyed this information to U.S. Attorney Leffler. So that's where it stood. So that was the last piece of the puzzle there, and then she decided, okay, I'm going to send my recommendation after that. She sent her recommendation in. So they have it. This week they wrote back saying, giving opportunities for a conference. I think Karen mentioned this to you, Rich.
You told me you were going to give me
Yeah.
potential dates.
We have 4 dates for conference, and that's an opportunity for your lawyers to meet with capital crimes and present information about mitigation, about not seeking the death penalty. And those are August 6th, August 13th, September 4th, and September 17th. Those are the 4 possible dates that we have. And the procedure is, I understand it, is they invite your attorneys back there, and they get to argue that the death penalty shouldn't be imposed, if that's what you want. I'm not privy to your discussion, so I don't know what.
Hypothetically, what happens if I don't have any attorneys? Do I get to be at the meeting?
Well, I think obviously whatever, that's between you and your attorneys, but your position, I think, is made known through your attorneys. That's my understanding of the process at this point. So your position has to be made known to the Capital Crimes Review Committee through your attorneys. And I don't know whether, what your discussions were, but I don't know, Rich, if you plan to try to present mitigation. It sounds like you still don't want mitigation in that case. In other words, you seem like you still are on course for the death
Well, I would
penalty.
just tell you, these are complex issues. We're still exploring all this. I don't know if we talk about this with Israel all the time. I don't understand. I don't know if he completely understands all the procedures involved and the gravity of this type of decision. So, we're in ongoing discussions, private discussions with Israel about all this.
Sure.
He's
Well,
right.
but like we were saying before, there's a lot of aspects of the Cohen case that, if it were to go to sentencing and death penalty hearing, that I wouldn't want to be public. Same as with the Courier, like we were saying earlier.
And what,
But I have no, it doesn't matter what I sign or what deals we work out. It sounds like there's no way you can give me any assurance as to whether or not those issues are going to come up at a hearing.
that can be something, as I told him before when we got here, we can discuss in the context of the global south. He's concerned about the details coming up in open court. All right? Now, to the extent that, we want to limit that, maybe we can do that in a global agreement in exchange for, information about these other homicides. And that's what I was suggesting to him. I'm sure you see the letter I've sent to him saying, we can maybe go with this process and get some assurances from him that he wouldn't be prosecuted by state authorities. And he just brought up this morning, well, I'm concerned that the details are going to get out no matter what.
Well, they've already been out. I mean, did you see the video from Vermont? I mean, the whole 6-minute video about everything.
Of what?
Couriers and...
I mean, I didn't think that they came out, it was one news station reporting it.
Yeah,
In fact,
and everybody that I know of has seen it.
well, I mean,
But it's basic information. It's not the details that Israel is concerned about, I don't think. And none of the information that he's concerned about getting out has gotten out. And he's talking about the details of the crimes, not the
His
crimes.
family saw it before I did, and that's the whole purpose.
Well, that's a concern too, but I mean that, as far as the Vermont, that's another concern I have somewhat, is if, hypothetically, if I give you details on other crimes in other states, what's ultimately going to happen? At what point does that information become public knowledge as well? Or does it? Does it have to? What's the procedure for that? Is there some way we can work it out to where if I give you this information, it stays sealed or at least limited release or something? I don't know. I don't even know what the options are. But it just seems like in Vermont, as soon as they had the information, they, of course everybody wants to know, and it's going to be the same everywhere else too. So
I think we can work with these other jurisdictions by getting those assurances. As I've said sort of before, Vermont was something we weren't really sure about the scope of things. And now that we are,
Right.
I think we can proceed better to kind of get assurances, at least in the local jurisdictions, that, A, they're not going to prosecute you, and B, any details you release, at least are not published.
right.
Now,
Okay.
in terms of what comes out in court, that was your other concern, right?
Right. Well,
I mean,
not
that's-
just what comes out in court, but I'm also concerned about the Koenig case in that, it's a high-profile case up here, and what's going to happen is, as soon as it gets to the point where I plead to that, then all the media is going to want, it's going to be the same thing. They're all going to be clamoring for details, like what happened and all of that. So what efforts are going to be made to control that, if any, and
I'm suggesting to you that we can come up with a global agreement which effectively limits what we put out in public in exchange for information about the other non-states. So if we don't put that out in a court of law in public, the
right.
media wouldn't learn of it. So that's my suggestion as to sort of a global thing to wrap Koenig into couriers and everything else. I mean, obviously, Israel's expressed that he doesn't want to be dragged back to Vermont, which, we're trying to work with him on, and we're trying to work with Vermont on. It's become a little bit difficult because things have slowed down a little bit. We'd like to wrap that in and keep him here and keep him in one place, but we're going to need some sort of assurances for them that he's going to continue to operate. And that's what Vermont has wanted. So in order to kind of...
I don't care about what comes out about the courier. I guess my point is, I can try and limit the information that comes out on all this other stuff, but if the details of the Koenig case come out, it doesn't matter how many other details we suppress on
Sure.
the other crimes.
And that's what I'm suggesting to you is sort of a global settlement where there's an agreement to only go into certain details of the Koenig case and the Courier case. Even though you've told them about them, there's been no limitation on those. We now put limitations on those. And we put
Right, but that's what I want to make clear before we go any further on anything, is to have something somewhat concrete in writing, saying that information isn't going to come out when the time comes, that I do plead guilty to the Koenig case or whatever happens. Whenever the next release of information to the public is, whatever else we've been working on becomes null and void if all of a sudden there's this flood of information about what happened in the Koenig case. And I've pled guilty to it, and then it doesn't matter.
And in return, I mean, for not introducing that information, we'd want information about the other murders.
I understand that. Like I say, I don't care. Like all the other, anything else, it doesn't matter that much.
What I would suggest is, I've talked to Israel about a global settlement. Let me work. Let me see if we can, because I think definitely going to need counsel to understand, to know what the global settlement is. I'd like to work with them and see if we can come up with something everybody can agree to in a global settlement. But
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm working towards too. And
I need
that's-
some time to make it.
No, and I agree. I mean, I just need to know what the demands are, and that was the first time that's really, obviously it's not in the letter, in the level of detail, and, I'm happy to work something out and try to get approval for what I'm suggesting. Obviously, what he wants, it seems to be, I want the death penalty imposed. Now, that's a catch-22 situation, you understand, because the more information the jury or judge has, the more likely it may be that they may impose that, all right? If we take that away, it may be less likely, but that's something, hey, I've told you, I don't really care what sentence gets imposed upon you. You're the one who cares about it, but I'll be upfront with you, yeah, if they don't have that level of detail, I think you probably would want to have, additional murders in there to justify the decision you want them to reach. It's sort of a quantity versus quality.
Right, I understand that. I'm just saying, yeah, so they have all the numbers. That's fine. But that's the only thing they need those numbers for, is the sentencing.
Yeah, no, it would only come out at the sentencing, but we'd have to get something in return. I mean, right now, yeah, we know about how many people you killed. I mean, that's pretty clear. I mean, that's not a problem. What we want is the information about those murders. And it could be, look, briefly, initially to protect your interests, to simply say, hey, I killed this person in this jurisdiction, kidnapped them from here. And, that would sort of satisfy our goals, and it would also satisfy your goals, I think, too. But, again, I think we both have to figure out what we want to get out of this. And it's possible to limit that information that's presented, I think, in a sentencing hearing. Again, I'd have to vet this up the chain, but, we can limit Courier, we can limit Koenig in exchange for the information about the other. So.
See, this process with the death penalty on the table is a whole new thing for all of us. But
Sure.
we have handled many cooperation agreements where there's a sealed addendum to a plea agreement where the proceedings are closed, where information is not made public in order to protect, somebody who's cooperating, or in this case, protecting the family of somebody who's cooperating.
That's a good point.
And so that's something that I'd like to discuss with Israel, see, and with
Yeah, I mean,
the government. So
that's something that, is sort of a plan A of things we can do is, hope to put everything under seal and justify it by, one, safety to your family, and two, the fact that these guys are still going to be confirming the information you're providing, and they don't want anybody to interfere with that process. So some of that, again, as Mr. Kirchner said, it's, it's different than it's the death penalty, but it's in some ways it's the same as what we always do in other types of cases involving cooperation. That stuff goes under seal.
and that's what I'd like to talk to you about, Israel.
Yeah, I just that's why I keep saying all this is kind of tied together for me, because if certain details of the Koenig case come out, then anything else.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Right.
That's sort of like your...
That's kind of worst case scenario. Then everything else I did before that is automatically going to be assumed just as bad. So.
It's a fair point. And the problem I'm dealing with, and I'm telling Israel this, is the problem I'm dealing with has been Vermont, and they're sort of, they feel like they're unbound by any loyalty to us and what has been done for that case, because there's no assurance that things in the future are going to be done. what I'm trying to do is kind of put their charging decisions off and try and give us some breathing room to figure out how to wrap all this stuff up rather than do it, two different jurisdictions or perhaps three.
I still don't know how I can even make any kind of decision on this if I don't even know. First of all, you say you can't tell me what your recommendation was. I made it clear what I wanted it to be, and so you're expecting me to make a decision on everything.
You say you made it
else.
clear, I mean, you didn't sign the the agreement, so that wasn't exactly
I
clear.
made it verbally clear.
Yeah.
I,
Was there a reason you didn't want to sign this?
I didn't get it. I just found out the other day that the recommendation was already made. So I assume it doesn't matter if I sign it now.
I just found out from Karen at our further meeting we had on Tuesday. We had a board meeting, talked to her afterwards, that's what she told me. She had already sent in a recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, she can always sort of change a recommendation. There's
No, I'll
procedures
sign
for
it
that.
now. I was told that it was already done. It was.
The recommendation's already in, is what I meant, and to me, I don't think this is valid anyway. You know our feelings about it because you complied with your agreement, your part of the agreement. I don't, and so.
Look, the bottom line. So we already all know how this ends. So it's all I care about is what happens between now and whenever it ends. And if things don't go the way I want, I don't need you guys.
So let's just talk about it, okay? I mean, let's see if we can resolve it.
I mean,
this whole thing is just turning into.
No, I mean, I think that there is, look, the U.S. Attorney can always provide additional information to capital crimes, additional, information you'd like to provide, your attorneys would like to provide. She's made that clear in her letters. I think.
And what's with this? Why do they have to go back and meet with? What did you call it? Mitigation?
Yeah, it's essentially that's going to be between you and your attorneys, but the process typically is, and in the typical case, is the attorneys argue that, death penalty shouldn't be imposed.
Right, let's just nix that whole meeting.
That's
They
your
don't
between
show
you
up.
and your attorneys.
No, I'm telling you now, if they show up, then they're not authorized to be there.
Yeah, you can discuss that with them. I mean, we're required by our policies to give them an opportunity, and you an opportunity to do that. So you talk to them about what you want them to do. That's between you guys. All right. So, but I mean, to the extent that this letter, I think the U.S. Attorney would appreciate it, ratification, if you did sign this letter.
Yeah.
And I just got to put on record, this is against my advice, Israel.
Don't worry about it. I don't want to go that far.
Have you read that letter? Please.
Why don't you read it?
Just make sure you understand it.
Yeah, it's words on
The
it.
same one that.
Same one
Have you
you've
seen that before?
Yeah. Okay. So the date of this, just to sort of put the date on, is 7/26.
Six.
I'll forward this to the U.S. attorneys as well. But I think these dates are pretty quick, and they're,
What's the first one? August 5th?
August 6th.
6th.
That's, whatever your attorneys and you tell us, I'll tell them, I'll write them back, today and say, all right, here's the date that you can conference this.
And what happens next?
Then,
Like if
then
they
it
don't,
goes to the
no,
attorney
if they
general.
don't, if they don't show up.
Then it goes to the attorney general for a decision.
All right.
So are there any dates that, Rich, that?
Well, they don't need to be there.
Let me talk to other counsel.
If they don't get to be there, they don't get to be there. they're my
I'll ask them
counsel
about,
after all.
yeah, I mean, I'll ask them about what the procedures are and whether, I mean, you know, maybe, you know, you do have a right to kind of be teleconferenced in. I just don't know what they do in these types of situations. Yeah. So that's where Koenig is. You know, I would like to explore this idea again of this global settlement sooner rather than later to be able to kind of control.
Let me
what's
talk to
going
him
on.
this afternoon. I'll come over this afternoon.
Yeah, we can talk about it, but I mean, I want to make it clear that from here on out, the Koenig case gets incorporated in whatever information is exchanged.
Koenig case gets what do you mean by that?
Any information I give you is incorporated into that, to whatever happens in the Koenig case.
So you'd like a global
So
settlement?
that I have control over what information is released in that, and you know, we can do it on like a piecemeal basis. If you know, if I feel like things don't work out at any point, then you know, obviously, then I'm not going to be given any more information. I just don't. Yeah, like starting this whole process with the courier. I don't even know why the courier thing has to happen right now. But whatever they decide to do with it, I don't care about that. They can. I'm more concerned about what happens with the Koenig case. That's the one that.
And so we can work on terms of, you know, some global settlement that includes Koenig, and, you know, in order to get Vermont on board, I'd have to kind of.
Well, whatever they want to do.
No, I know, but I mean, you don't want to be in a situation where we solve everything else and then Courier's still out there, correct?
No, I mean.
Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to keep them, you know, I'll tell them when I talk to them, I'm sure I'm going to have to talk to them this week, is that, you know, you're considering and talking to your attorneys about the idea of a global settlement, you know, to give you some time to do that.
Right. Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. I mean,
I don't understand, like I say, I'm sure they want to do a press release about me or whatever, but I don't understand why they're even concerned that I'm charged with it. It's not like I'm going anywhere.
no, I know, but it's, you know, it's a community thing for them, and I understand their position, and I'm, you know, been staving them off all this time by telling them, look, you know, he's cooperating on other crimes, and you know, that's his intent. But again, me telling them that Israel's going to tell us this information about, you know, that doesn't hold much weight.
And the other thing maybe you want to do, because I know you like, you know, time frames and setting some ground rules and stuff, and you haven't been happy with the way things have been moving. Like now, you want to set. When do you want to talk about this again? I know that Mr. Kirkman says he wants to talk to you today. When do you foresee being able to do this to expedite things so that we're not 3 weeks from now talking about the same thing again? You know what I mean? Because you're in control of that now that everybody's here. You can have, if you have some expectations, maybe you can set those out.
Well,
As far as just meeting again and discussing things.
I think we need to get this, explore this local settlement. You know, we'll work on that. We can get that together, then that's the green light. You know. Because without that, I don't see us going anywhere.
Yeah, no, I think it would be certainly helpful, and that's those other things that we've been working on over the Couriers, but you know, in terms of this global settlement, yeah, it's something we want to explore, how to deal with how we work on this.
Well, I mean, this was
What I
put
can
together
say, at
pretty
least,
quick.
it sounds like, you know, I can advise capital crimes that August 6th is sort of a workable date if his mind doesn't change.
Well, I mean, for me, at my schedule, September 17th would be working.
But yeah, I
yeah,
don't know
but
exactly.
it doesn't even have to happen. So why do we even need a date?
Yeah, I mean,
Why does there have to be mitigation? I don't understand.
there's no. I don't
You
think there's
just
any
said
legal
there doesn't
requirement.
have to be, so.
It's just a date, an opportunity. We don't want to deprive you of that opportunity, but you don't
I
want
don't
that
even get to
opportunity.
go, so if I got to go, then yeah, let's do
Well, I
it.
mean, it's clear, it sounds like obviously you don't want any mitigation presented in the Cohen case. Correct?
I'm not interested in any dates in the Koenig case, anything added to it that's going to complicate it. Whatever you have to do to freaking get it moved along and do it.
All right. Well, I'll talk to Capital Crimes and pass along your views on it, and as well as the view of you'd like to be heard on it. I don't know. Is that true?
Yeah. No, if there's some sort of mitigation that's set up, I definitely want to be part of it because that means I didn't know about it.
I don't know if there's a procedure for that. Maybe there is. I'm not sure, but I did ask them about that. Be interested in moving that forward. But in the meantime, I think we can explore the global settlement. You're talking about the one initially when I wrote that letter, Rich, on July 16th, right?
Well, personally, I would make a counter proposal along those lines.
Yeah, I understand. And then I incorporated a little more concrete deals on the July 20, which you have
The what?
the July 16th letter on the global settlement. It's I think you hadn't seen that before. I think that was written before the stuff in Vermont. That was July 16th.
Well, it makes a lot more sense to do it in the Koenig case than the Courier case.
Yeah, that was written on, I think that was like a Thursday or Friday, July 16th. So then Monday they told me that the FBI was going to stop their digging, and then that's when I wrote you the other thing on the 20th.
That made emails and
You got to check it more often. All right. Any other questions, Israel, while we're all here?
Any idea, any time frame you'd like to see met here for our next meeting?
let's talk about it. Talk more simple.
Not working. In terms of what? Like in terms of what we're doing, or? I mean, I'm trying to figure out to make sure
You taking him back now?
When he's ready. Okay, so, you ready, Israel, to return? Go back?
Yeah, yes. I'll be over this afternoon, right?
Give us a minute here and then get you. Are people lined up, need to take a leak or anything before we get back? No, I'm good. Yeah, the other ones are really old.
Sorry.
We came in, we're just going to start by advising you, giving you Miranda rights, and then you have the right to remain silent. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. You understand that?
Yes.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before and during any question if you wish. You understand that?
Yes.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Having these rights in mind, you want to talk to us today?
Yeah.
Okay. We just wanted to get that out of the way. Rich is on his way over.
Okay.
This is the email that Rich sent over yesterday.
No? All right. So he is on his way. Anything you want anything while we're waiting? He shouldn't be for a few minutes, but we can get you something
Something to eat.
No, I'm fine. Thanks.
candy bar or nothing.
You done with the newspaper already?
What did you do? Just swear off those candy bars? It's
It's
in the fridge. I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm going to eat it. So, anyhow, we'll be back out over here when
All right.
Rich gets here, all right?
I won't go anywhere.
All right. Promise?
Yeah.
Well,
Morning, Israel.
Scare off my own lawyer.
How are you doing today, Israel?
All right.
Hey, just before we start, I know these guys read you your rights earlier.
Yes.
Okay, and then you were just meeting privately with Rich Berger, your
Yes.
attorney. And Rich just came out and indicated that you did not want him to be present today.
Correct.
Okay. So again, I want to make sure we have those ground rules. Rich told me that you indicated that you did not want him present today. So we will take you at your word on that. And if at any time you would like us to call Rich back or any other attorney to be standby counsel, please let us know, okay?
All right.
We're only going to be talking about things unrelated to the Samantha Koenig case today. Do you understand that?
Understood, yes.
All right, and obviously, without your attorney present in the Koenig case, we won't be able to talk about anything related to that case. And if you start to talk about it, we're going to have to stop being with you, okay?
Yes.
All right. That's been sitting in the refrigerator for the...
Thank you.
Well, here's the thing, the FBI's been cleaning out the refrigerator.
Keep for 100 years or something.
it's a Twinkie.
Yeah.
All right. So talking about other crimes, we wanted to kind of pick up where we left off on some things, give you any information that you might be thinking about over the last few weeks
Right.
related to that. And I think we had some updates on the New York search and things like that. So why don't we start there?
Okay, and also the live feed, I wanted to jump into that, because I know we came over on Tuesday. We had it set up, we had a couple guys up in Tupper Lake. To go over the bank, route. Yeah, a bit of a drive.
That was a 3-hour drive.
Where they were at.
Yeah, in all fairness, I never set up a specific day, but it actually would have worked because my attorney didn't show up till that afternoon.
All right. Well, it didn't work that day,
Yeah,
but we
so-
we had hoped to have it set up today, since when we found out was going to work for today. But Albany had some other stuff come up. But I have to say, it was pretty cool. We tested it in the way that, just so you have an idea of what it looks like and what to expect, because we'll try to set something up for next week. But we did 2 laptops. One of them was essentially like a tracker, so you had an overhead GPS, Google
Okay.
Map kind of view.
Right.
And then the other one was the live feed actually from the camera. And then the plan, we had speakerphones, so then you can say, go right here, go left here. And our plan was just to use, because Tupper Lake's a little more remote than doing it in a city, we wanted to use Tupper Lake and just talk about the bank robbery, because that was,
Make sure we had cell reception or wherever,
and
however
how
they're getting
it's
the
going to be.
signal.
Because depending on where they're at, they have to use, sometimes they'll use satellite, sometimes they're going to use different types of things in order to bring the,
Wow, fancy.
it's kind of
I
CSI.
assume some of these places we're going to go are going to be cell phone only. So.
If
Finally
that,
living up to people's expectations.
Yeah.
All those CSI shows.
They still can't usually get the thing solved in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Really?
it's an hour show, but
I'm picturing the Google Earth car driving
Yeah.
around. That thing.
Right. Yeah, you guys should get one of those.
so we'd like to still do that.
Yeah.
And I don't have a day yet. I don't know a
Is there
specific
snow
day.
there yet?
Um,
Probably is, right?
there wasn't much. I mean, it wasn't something.
East Coast.
But
Yeah.
typically the morning works for you, right? Because that's for the 4-hour time.
Typically.
If we could get that.
Yeah.
They just kind of don't want to drive 3 hours again. Or maybe we could just do it in Albany here. But we thought the memory lane trip at Tupper Lake would be more interesting, maybe for both of us.
Yeah. Well, I spent a lot of time in Tupper Lake. I'm sure we can find our way over.
So you're thinking next week?
Yeah, I don't have a specific date yet. We'll work on setting up a date next week, and we'll do it like we did this time, early enough that if you've got other stuff,
Right.
try not to
Yeah.
make a conflict with that, so that we can get you back there by mid-morning even.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't realize you guys had went all out. Huh? You didn't mention that when you came in.
Yeah, I did mention that. You weren't receptive.
Well, that's all right, it's your decision, but we just want to let you know they're going to set it up next week, and it'll be your choice whether to come over or not, but they're probably not going to keep, they're only able to do this.
We'll do it again.
Yeah. Gas is expensive. Keep it within the budget, so,
Upper Lake is probably still a good location now.
yeah.
And the other thing was New York stuff. Show you what they took from the property in New York.
All right.
Show you that. This is the list. Some of it's pretty, kind of generic in terms of the description of what it is wrote, but I'll show you the old property.
Wow. You're going way back now.
What stuff?
Just all this stuff. Anything from New York, you're going way back.
When's the last time you were there?
Well, I was there just a year or so ago, but living there, I haven't been there since.
You went-
like stayed there and
You went by there
Just
in
aside from
2011, though, at the period of time.
Oh, yeah. Every time I'm back there, I go by, but I mean, all the stuff that's there is, it's like childhood memories.
Did you live there for a period of time?
Yeah.
How long?
A little less than a year.
7, 8 months, in 97, I think, right?
Yeah. 97.
does it look the same?
I'm surprised the road is still there.
There's a lot of, on one side it's missing a lot of shingles. I think I might put you these pictures. will show
Yeah, I
you.
thought, last time I was there, I thought the roof was falling in one spot.
But there's some other pictures, and apparently the basement, well, I got some pictures. The basement's got quite a bit of water in it. Oh, here you can see it better.
That's the indoor swimming pool.
Yeah, you can see it.
Is that high groundwater?
Yeah.
So this is the main house? Because there's a bunch of buildings. Or a few
There's
buildings
like
on
an
the property.
old garage and an old shed, yeah.
Okay. And then here's the indoor swimming pool. In one of these pictures, you can, maybe it's this one, or maybe it's just the angle. One of the support beams
Yeah.
is coming down, and so it's not super stable.
Surprised they were able to get down there.
That's through the window.
Oh.
Came down, put a ladder down through the window,
Okay.
and went down that way.
Yeah, those stairs went
Is that the kitchen of the main house?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe other. Have there been other people staying there that you know of? Is that what all this stuff is from? This is a close-up of that. Or was that how it was when you were there?
Last time I was there, it looked like there had been hunters or campers hanging out in there.
Did you spend some time there?
Yeah.
Because there was a mattress on one of these floors too. It's not in these pictures. It might be just off to the side here. There's a mattress in the kitchen area.
Yeah.
And then what building is that?
What's the garage? Well,
Because there was no running water.
there was, yeah, there was an indoor bathroom too.
Otherwise, okay. And then you got a third building.
Yeah.
Did you guys have animals there at one point? Not like dogs and cats, but like animals in one of these.
There
in
were
Brunswick
crows
or
there,
barn?
yeah.
That's what they said it looked like it, because there's some hay or straw and stuff still around. This was a box, grab that first sheet. There's a receipt on there, you can't really see it in the picture. Alright. There was an invoice for some guns and ammo back in 1994. On top. Do you remember what that was for?
I recognize some of the books vaguely, but it's been a while since I've been through any of that stuff.
Did you have a place up there that you go to buy guns?
No, not in New York. I never bought guns officially. I was always under the table.
Okay. We'll get the invoice, because they said the invoice was in your name in March of '94.
I had a gun on it?
That's what I thought. I thought it had a gun on it. That was my interpretation, but I'll have them send up the invoice so we can look at it. Bunch of maps. Are those yours?
Yeah.
Anything we should be
Before the
looking
days
for?
of computers.
Any X's on them anywhere or anything?
Anything we should be looking
Put
for?
X's on my map. Highlight. Highlight. I don't highlight maps either. The only map you found that had highlighting on it, I didn't believe highlighting.
Who did the highlighting on that one?
I don't know. I just found that map.
What about the map that when you
I think there
were?
was one in the car that was highlighted.
When I was arrested, yeah. Yeah, but I didn't do the highlighting on it. That's all I'm saying. I know that's what they were thinking. That's not
Well, it was the interstate that was highlighted, and
Right.
you don't seem to really be an interstate kind of person.
No, that's just pointing the point.
A couple other things. There was a mattress out in the woods.
Yeah.
Do you know what that was from?
No.
There were some clothes under it. There were some women's clothes under it.
Well, I mean, you're not going to find anything relevant on that property.
That's a picture of the clothes, actually. They were underneath it.
Kinky.
And then this is a photo from the fire pit area behind the house.
Oh, yeah.
It's a ring. It's like a men's ring. And these are some like beads from a necklace.
Huh. Yeah, I haven't burned anything in that pit for a long time, so.
Is any,
Anything that you found in there is probably from hunters or somebody who's camping there. So, I mean, there hasn't been any. I put a gate across the road. As soon as my folks moved out of that place, but it only stayed up for a year or two, and then hunters cut it down. And
What are they hunting? What's there?
Whitetail.
was there ever a time that you burned anything of significance in that fire pit?
No, not of Grace.
Anything related to crimes?
Possibly, but nothing. This is all
Nothing
ancient.
like this.
Yeah, no, this is all ancient history stuff. This is before I mean, I haven't really spent much time there ever since I was in the army.
Okay. So this isn't going to be a ring to somebody that we need to be worried about.
So, no.
All right. I think the rest of these are all just duplicates of some of those. Do you have any questions about this stuff? We're going to get all of this up here, and so once we get it up here, we can pull it out. Like we'll grab this stuff to see what that is, what the invoice is,
Okay.
some of this other stuff. Okay, pretty a little interesting. Do you know who's that belongs to?
Oh, yeah.
We'll bring it in when we get it.
sure.
So I think that, anything
You said
about
trip
this?
down memory lane.
Yeah.
There it was.
Yep.
Okay, anything?
I didn't even realize I still had anything in that. I'm
Yeah, that's
guessing all
good.
that stuff was in the garage or something? Or?
It was spread out. I think the box was in the garage. I don't remember where some of the other, like the road, some of the other specific stuff, but I know the box, pretty sure the box was in the garage.
Huh.
And I think, let me jump into this quick too, so I had this stuff laid out to show you. Does this place look familiar?
Yeah.
I think we maybe even showed you these before. I don't know
No,
if
I
we did
saw
or
the
not.
ones with the guns.
Okay, yeah,
Was
these
that
were,
as they found it?
yeah. They might have pulled something away.
Just so
or-
you could see where
Okay.
about where it was.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I thought it kind of camouflaged it.
Yeah, that was, so like walking up on it, you can see
Okay.
it. We got a report, we got all this stuff, sent it into the lab. That's what we do with everything that we get. And on the tray that holds the ammo in there, there's a perfect right thumbprint. For his keys.
Yeah, right.
No, there is. I don't have the lab report yet.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
So, more CSI stuff.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Well, I'm disappointed in myself mostly, but I'm excited.
The lab examiner called me. I don't have the report yet. When I get the report, though, I'll show you the report. But I'm not BSing you. It was on one of these two on the plastic tray inside.
Huh. Plastic tray, huh?
Like these pieces must be the plastic, like a bottom view of it,
Yeah.
or top view of it.
Okay.
It slides into that cardboard sleeve.
Well, it was kind of in a hurry, I guess. Whatever. I'm too lazy to even dig a hole for that one. Just piled rocks on top of it.
Were you planning on going back for that?
Yeah, this summer. That would have been a good trip. I still can't get over the disappeared house in Vermont thing.
You have big plans for this summer back there?
Well, I was going to go back there. I pictured driving up, looking everywhere for that farmhouse and not being able to find it.
To burn it down?
Yeah, that would have been funny. But whatever, you guys did that for me.
Speaking of Vermont,
Yeah, speaking of Vermont, we were talking to Vermont on Monday. And they want to know what's going on. And they are interested in filing charges as they have been all along.
What,
So-
federal?
Well,
You don't know?
No, I mean, we talked to both the state and federal prosecutors on Monday. And we want to know what we should tell them from your perspective.
Well, it's a little hard to talk about my general overall perspective right now for obvious reasons. So,
Well, just tell us your perspective. I understand that, and we're not going to do that, but we are interested in your perspective on the Courier murders, because that's what they're interested in. And
they're also interested in, your cooperation on other crimes and where that stands and whether you intend to follow through on some of that. And so that's the kind of thing, that they're looking for from us.
well, like I've said all along, my cooperation on other crimes is dependent on what's going on with crimes that I'm already charged with. So. And I've said that all along. As far as I'm losing interest in the legal process, I guess you could say.
Well, you've known, and we've talked about this quite a bit, that Vermont is willing to be patient if they think that there's forward momentum on solving other crimes, and I know that you don't care about that from the perspective of families of other victims, but Vermont does, and so there's a way to meet in the middle by giving something that they can then have. No, they don't need to know the details of it, but they need to know we've gotten some details so that they can continue to hold off.
I just don't understand why, even from a legal perspective, I don't understand what the hurry is or what their issue is as to why they want to file charges, additional charges, when I'm clearly already charged with substantial ones.
Well, in Vermont, you've got state prosecutors who right now have an unsolved, according to the public, unsolved murder of the couriers. Right? So the law enforcement is under a lot of pressure.
They get calls from the press. They're telling us every week. It's a little different. State prosecutors are elected, so I think they probably feel more of an obligation to, inform the public than, people who are appointed to lifetime prosecutors.
Right. But since they've called off the search for the bodies, as far as the public knows, they can't even definitively say that it was a homicide. I know they already told everybody it was.
They know that. Vermont knows that.
Right. They know.
So Vermont, let's just be a really realistic approach to it. If you're a state prosecutor in Vermont, you want them to come out and say, hey, here are the charges. We've got the guy, case solved. That's what you want to do.
Right.
So you need to give them a reason to say, don't do that.
If you don't want me to do that. If that's the...
Well, like I say, my perspective at this point is they're asking for a reason, for me to give them a reason not to do that, and I have no reason to suspect that at this point that any information, any further information I give is going to be used or portrayed to the media in the way that I'm told it will be or won't be, just because that's the way it's played out so far. So if they're saying I guess what I'm saying is, from my perspective at this point, it's a one-way street, and initially I thought there were ways that I could manipulate this situation in this case, all the related cases, to my benefit and on my timeline by withholding information and giving information out. And obviously, over the last few months, I came to the realization that I can't do that, not realistically. So,
Is that your real reasoning?
yeah.
I think we talked about for a while, an idea of this whole resolution on the Courier case, being able to kind of structure that disposition around some of your demands. And we touched upon that, and I know that we can't talk about the other case, but
Right.
it seems to me that if you give us a list of demands in connection with a federal case on the Couriers, that we can try to at least start meeting those demands. And at least say, to Vermont State that there's an expression of an intent to continue cooperation in exchange for these types of things.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The problem is I don't have any typical demands, or there's not anything you can offer me at this point. And I realize that now. I realize that there's more to these cases than the people who sit in this room, and we're not the ones who pull all the strings on this. I'm realistic about that now. So. And because of things that have happened over the last couple months, I just feel like there's a lot of information that I've given out to date that 20/20 hindsight I wouldn't have given out, because I feel like now, no matter what I do, it's going to become public anyway. Whereas if I hadn't given it out, you know, it wouldn't have, because you wouldn't have it, the information to give out in the first place.
Well, I mean, from our perspective, we've done a lot to respect your wishes about keeping the publicity low on this case, and I think if you recall, you've even told us that yeah, you understand that we've done that. Now over time, as things have slowed down, we haven't learned about the crimes, then the FBI and the authorities around the country have to take certain steps. Right? I think the search warrant is an example that, they said, hey, look, give us a reason to tell their bosses why they didn't need to do a search warrant of Kimberly's house, why they didn't need to move forward, but they didn't have any reason. So I think you can see that we can have a lot of control when we have some information from you and cooperation from you. If we don't, then we all lose control.
And even Vermont's letter that I recall, they had this letter about, all right, provide this, and we just kind of sit back and we don't get involved. I mean, that was the thrust of that letter. And I think what happened in Vermont after that was sort of a function of, it's sort of not going along with that deal. And so I think that's what ended up happening there. I understand your perspective, but at the same time, I think there is a way to structure a deal around the couriers to satisfy some of your goals. Not every one of them, but we can't do that unless we sort of have an exchange for future cooperation. Here's what I want to happen on the courier case. If we have that, I think that's a little bit more concrete to that.
The only reason the courier case has even become an issue is because of me wanting to keep control of that situation before it became a situation. That's why we talked about it in the first place. Or loose ends, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. That was my concern. As far as long-term, clearly the whole situation is going to turn into longer term than I anticipated, even from my perspective. And so my position on it at this point is, you're asking for more information, and I am still waiting to see what happens with the information I've already given. So essentially, what can happen is, it becomes a one-way street until I see what comes out the other end on some of these other issues.
Well, we're also looking at, from what you expressed earlier, the time frame. You all said, are we going to be sitting here a year from now? And this was going back 4 months or 5 months. So we're getting a lot closer, I think, to the year from now. Because we've also talked about the way that Vermont initially came out. We were all kind of hadn't fully prepared for what could happen in Vermont, right? You said it, we've said it. And we've learned things from how we dealt with Vermont that would not need to be repeated in other jurisdictions. So, if we have information about a victim in another jurisdiction, we can approach them without even giving them any details.
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like there's been several, I don't want to say breach of trust, because I know we don't trust each other, but based on initial things that were said verbally, nothing in writing. I know we didn't have agreements hard and fast. I just feel like, you know, especially with the last search warrants that were executed, it was done in a way that was clearly contrary to what my initial intentions were for the way this whole thing would play out. And, you know, I hear what you're saying as far as it has to be done, but what I'm doubtful about is the motivation for doing it. Your motivation, or the FBI, whoever sanctioned that, their motivation for doing it in the way that they did it.
Well, hey, like you said, you know, you're going to be suspicious of us, we're going to be suspicious of you, but frankly, when we've sat down in this room, everyone here is trying to play straight with you. And I think if you understand the reality of the situation, and you're a pretty reality-based guy, I mean, you understand how the world works, is, you know, once you stop telling us significant information about other crimes, then these guys couldn't control what the rest of the FBI is going to do. And the playbook says, you know, if you've got a serial killer, you're going to have to go through that house, right, with a fine-tooth comb. Even though they can say, hey, Israel's told us there's nothing there. Well, you know, they're going to do it. And the only way to hold that off is to say, well, look, he's cooperating, he's giving us information. But when you stop, then there's going to be consequences. We're trying to be as reality-based about this thing. We've always given you what we thought was actually going to happen in the real world. And it's the same thing from Vermont. You know, if we had had more information in Vermont, I bet you Vermont would have been a whole lot more quiet and cooperative. As it is, they've been really cooperative, right? They haven't filed any charges, but, you know, how long can we hold on to them without another piece of information? So,
You know, I mean, you're a reasonable person. Don't you think if use somebody else for an example, this type of case, someone who's not cooperating and not talking with law enforcement, don't you think that if this would have been viral across the United States, every place you've ever been? Don't you think that? I mean, if you hadn't been talking to us, we don't have any other choice but to try to do it on our own and use all the information that we've put together about you and your whereabouts and put it out to those communities for help. And we haven't done that because you've been talking with us. I mean,
Even the stuff that we've done, I mean, you guys did, I think, a pretty good job. Even on the search warrants, there were no statements to the press that were looking for evidence of other crimes. And, you know, no one stood in front of a camera and did that. I mean, yeah, cameras, you know, may have shown up, but no one said a word. You know, and we hope to still moving forward on this.
and you only be so discreet about doing something on like a street that's 6 houses long.
Well, especially if you block it off.
Yeah, I mean, but well, we were trying to prevent people who we didn't want there to, to getting into that, but you can't stop.
I'm just saying, yeah, you've got to go by your playbook, but I refuse to accept that there weren't ways you couldn't have been more discreet or more. That's just my impression. I have nothing to go on other than what I see and my gut feeling on stuff at this point, because I feel like I get the trickle-down bullshit from all parties involved. So, that may or may not be the case, but that's just where I feel like I'm at right now.
Right, we can't change your feeling, but we can, we've always come into this room trying to give you the straight scoop. And we've tried to deal with you that way, because we know that you're a smart guy and you know how the world works. And what I'm sensing, what you're telling me now, is you're trying to look at us as if we've been manipulating you somehow.
No, I don't think anyone in this room has been manipulating. That's not my concern right now. My concern, you're asking for more information. You talked about it going viral. If I give you any more information and it somehow gets out and it gets in the paper again, one more snippet of information could push the whole thing over the edge, and then for the time being, as many times as it's been in the paper and there's still all this speculation, it hasn't really taken off.
And why do you think that is?
Well, I know it's because you haven't been giving official statements that you could, which I do appreciate that aspect of it. What I'm saying is, until I know what's going to happen with certain current issues, my big concern is that another rumor gets out It doesn't have to come from you, just another rumor from somebody, I don't know. And then, I'm no longer in touch with all the different, I don't even know what's being said in the media or what has been said about the stories. I see little snippets here and there, but that's my concern, is that, if something else were to get out, and especially in a different area or something, then, and now there's the whole Nia Bay aspect of it now too. And, like, my kids live in Nia Bay now, and gossip is the town pastime. So that's my concern right now, is it doesn't even have to be, I feel like at this point it wouldn't even have to be something that was confirmed. It could just be a rumor. And
Well, you're not going to get rumors coming out from us, and you haven't so far. The stuff that's come out is when when the people outside of this room feel like that you're not being forthcoming.
right,
And,
I know.
we can be advocates for how we want to pursue this case, but we need something we need material, we need currency, we need something to advocate with. And that's what that's exactly what we've told you for the last 6 months or more.
Yeah, I understand that.
So,
What about, just the idea of, and I'm just thinking along the lines of what, we tell vermontologists to sort of stand down, even just a clue that doesn't give up anything from your perspective, but at least gives everybody something to work with behind the scenes, nothing that we, have to kind of go and publicize to the world, but a clue about, one of the past murders, that it's really not going to reveal anything. So you're not playing any cards, but at least where then going back to these guys' bosses and to Vermont and saying, look, he's given us a clue in exchange for this sort of discretion and for everybody to kind of stand down, so to speak.
Well, first of all, I don't know. You already have.
Sure.
You already have a lot of clues that I don't know about. You have that
So
computer.
you wouldn't be giving anything away?
I'm just saying you have. I think you have a lot of background on me at this point. Sure, I'm sure that I don't even remember at this point. So
The bosses above us, though, don't know what's on that computer. Beth and I know what's on that computer. So let's just use Frank's example for a second. So if you were to give us a clue, they don't know, our bosses don't know what, I'm being recorded. Our bosses don't know what is on that computer. So they're not
won't
going
be
to
here
know.
next time.
So they're not going to know if we already knew that or not.
Vermont doesn't know either. They haven't seen the evidence. So you could be giving us nothing, but at least it's something we report to them.
Something, yeah,
He
exactly.
reported that he committed a murder in X state. Okay, yeah, big deal. It's not going to give us anything after, given the timeline that you set forward, 14 years, but at least it's some sort of sign of progress. We can go back and say, no, he's actually given us a clue and things are moving forward, and they can sort of feel good about themselves
What?
and not doing.
when you say clue, are you talking about giving you names or
No.
what?
Keep the name, but give us the name
It
of
was a
the
state or something.
state and a time frame. Hey,
You already know some of the states.
sure,
Sure.
but give us something that we
Doesn't matter.
progress from where we were months ago is what we're looking for. I mean, Frank hadn't talked about this clue idea, but something that we don't. Obviously, you can tell us something we already have discussed in here. That's not progress.
Because everybody knows what's been discussed in here, but, let's assume it's something from your perspective, you're not giving us anything, because you think, hey, we already have it, it's a clue, and it's just something that gives us credibility that we can report, even though, maybe this is just a fiction. You give us, New York, New Jersey, all right, well, you told us New Jersey. Or, something other thing that we can kind of report back that, allows us a little bit of credibility with the people that we have to deal with.
Something.
Did you find any knives in New York or in the boat? folding knives. They're about 6 inches long.
I don't know. I think there might have been in the boat. You
think-
told
I
us
can
there was, you
find
thought
out
there was
quickly,
knives in the
though.
boat, right?
I think there was a knife.
There's 2 knives that were not in Kimberly's house, and I don't know where they were. I thought they were in that bucket. I thought that they were. I may have left one in New York, or I thought there might have been one in the boat. Just knives that I had from a long time ago. But I haven't seen them in any of the pictures, so I don't.
Yeah, it's Ted or.
Yeah, I can find out about the boat. I don't think there was a knife found in the boat. I don't remember a knife being in the bucket though, in the photos.
The knife. Well, there was a folding knife. Years and years ago.
But why is that knife important?
Well, it's a folding knife, so I don't know. If you took it apart, you might.
Would there be blood on the knife?
There might not on it, but maybe inside.
It's in the joint or something. Is it the kind that has the handles are actually bolted or screwed to it or something? It's not a solid piece, nothing you could disassemble it in some manner?
Yeah, it's like riveted to
Would the blood be from a long time ago or just the knife?
No, the blood's not from a long time ago, but I haven't carried it for a while, so I couldn't remember where I left it.
Any other places where it might be?
No, I don't.
What was in the boat? It was a long time ago.
Well,
2005.
right. Yeah, I mean, they're both knives that I got before that. So.
And would those be associated with the Washington murders?
Yeah.
On those lines, while I'm waiting for Ted to respond.
Ted's the guy that you met with one
Yeah.
time he was up here. He's the one that did the boat search.
From Ted, on those lines. We talked to someone out at the lab when we were talking about, when the time comes when you decide that you want to give additional information so that we're prepared on what we need to do to be able to respond quickly. We asked about, what are the chances of if there is someone that is, if there's a body at the bottom of the lake, what are the chances of that body still being intact 7 years later or that kind of thing? What are we going to be looking for, and what do we need to have in place in order to be able to find that? And one of the things that they said, which might be of interest to you, is depending on how the body was put down there, it's possible that the body is actually very intact. If the body was just tied to something and dropped it to the bottom of the lake, there's definitely still going to be long bones and that kind of stuff. You won't have finger bones and that kind of stuff. There'll be femurs and long bones and that kind of thing. If the body was contained in something, even a bag of some sort, it's very possible that the body could still be intact, depending on the depth of the lake. All of that determines the kind of equipment that we would need in order to locate the body. And so, obviously not asking you for details about where and who and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of the Washington bodies, were they contained in something, or were they just tied to the milk jugs? I mean, is it something where we might possibly actually still get it intact?
No.
No, okay. And that's helpful for them to know, because that's a whole different type of search that it would have to be than a different type of equipment. Let me just try to call them. I'm going to step out and try to call them. This is not answering this question.
And do you, I guess, because I'm kind of getting a different vibe now, do you still envision in the future us working together to the point where we can get this information?
yeah, I don't see how we're gonna get anything else done. I just,
I know you're waiting for, whatever you're waiting for to find out, but
yeah, I have concerns with current issues, but, I can definitely foresee down the road, there's gonna be a lot more that can be resolved.
and that's good.
By going about it in a different manner.
Okay, well, but that's good information, because we'll be able to pass that on if
Yeah.
you're still open and you're still,
No, I haven't. My outlook on this, as far as the ultimate end result, hasn't really changed. It's just has more to do with timelines, expectations, I guess.
but, and the balancing game that we're talking about doing is we're just trying to keep everybody happy the best we can till we get to that point, and that's kind of the difficult balancing act for us.
Right. And it sounds like you're holding on to some of this stuff to trade in for something you might need later. True?
Well, yeah, because I'm not going to have much else to...
Well, that's the thing, is, this whole clue idea, might give us a little short-term solution to kind of keep this thing moving the way we want it to move. And maybe even gets you something in the short term, if you're thinking about, like, I don't know, you come, you give a clue, and, you want lunch or something like that. I mean, that's something that can be worked out.
You need a candy bar.
I know, that's why I think, I don't know if he feels guilty about it, but...
If you had a cigar, you'd probably pass out if you had a cigar right now.
But I mean, the notion of this whole idea is, hey, you come over, we keep things going, at least on a smaller scale. You're not giving up anything in terms of trading value, but you're giving us credibility with other people we have to deal with. You're not giving us any useful information really, other than, all right, well, we got, a knife in Washington. It's not like we're going to solve the clue game on that, like, Professor Plum in the library type of thing. But it gives us a little bit of, stuff to go back with people and buy time and buy what we need to buy. And, in the short term, if you have short-term needs that you think, it might be fun to have sushi. That's something that, can be arranged. We're not talking about, huge clues here.
What did you guys find in the boat? Was there anything left?
I thought we went over Ted and Colleen.
I saw the list.
There was no knife. Oh, you mean in terms of the lab?
Yeah.
It has not, everything has not gone to, finished up at DNA yet. So it's possible that there were still, there were some areas that did test positive for blood, just when they do like they call it a presumptive test, when the people that were searching it. So those things went into the lab, and some of those things were like the screws from holding the carpeting in and that kind of thing. Those have not come back yet from DNA. The little, there were some little fragments that they thought might have been bone fragment, was not bone, did not test positive for bone. That one's come back.
Sand or something.
Yeah, we didn't ask what it was, but it wasn't bone.
Right.
There's some hair that is not yours, but the way they figure out hair.
I was mostly curious if they found any blood.
Yeah, there
I
was.
wasn't sure how long, because it's been sitting there in the rain for so long. I was curious if there was. I mean, I know there was when I parked it. But whatever.
Yeah, there was. We haven't heard anything back about it, and then they need something to compare it with.
Right.
So there's no knife?
No knife. There was no knife in the boat.
It may have been. I don't know what happened to that knife. It was a Tonto, cold steel Tonto.
How big? Like, was it
It had a. It was a 4.5 inch folding blade, and I think I bought it at Walmart.
Do you remember what color the handle was?
It looks very similar to the one that I had on me when I was arrested. just a different blade style, same company and everything, I think.
So if I'm correct about that, that was the murder weapon for one of the Washington murders.
Well, it was involved.
It was involved.
I think we talked about before when we were asking about federal jurisdiction about guns.
Yeah.
Were either of those victims shot?
No.
No. Strangled?
We'll get the whole story eventually.
Right, we're just going to get parts so that we can move.
No, the only person I ever shot was Bill Courier.
Everybody else is strangled.
Yeah.
Or, I don't want to have the wrong impression, so everybody else was strangled, or was there something else?
Oh, one of the Washington things there was doesn't matter. It's just no, it wasn't strangled. I hit somebody in the head, so.
Did you mean to kill them or they died? Was there a struggle and you hit them and they died, or did you mean to kill them that way?
No. I wasn't trying to kill him, I just took him out of action.
I think we read that in one of those letters with the male or female couple.
Yeah. I saw it. I don't know. Rich mentioned that they gave you all that stuff. So, I should have asked them to give me copies so I know which ones you have.
We could go over that together, and you could fill in the blanks at some point in time.
Well, we know in
I
Washington.
didn't realize they were allowed to take stuff out of my cell that I wasn't mailing. That was a pretty big mistake on
Well, we know from that there was a couple in Washington State, a male-female couple. We read that in the bill. Are those the same couple from that you took to the boat and dumped in the lake? Or are there others?
They went in that hole.
No.
Yeah. They were buried. Yeah, that was a while ago.
That was a long time ago. Right after the military. Is that right after the military? You told us once right after the military. After you got out of the military.
It was before I got the boat.
And you had told us one time that it wasn't long when you got out of the military that you killed somebody, and it was that sort of feeling that you needed to do something that was hard to resist.
Yeah, new base in Bordentown.
Is it fair to say that we were looking at a lot more around the Washington area than not? Just the two in Washington?
No, there's a couple. There's a couple in Washington, and then the two related to the boat. Is that right?
Yeah.
So if we can't find this knife, I guess unfortunately that doesn't give us much to go on.
And then we took, I know we had some knives, I don't know what all we had.
I think you got some from Kimberly's.
Is it possible it was at Kimberly's?
I don't think so. I haven't seen it for several years.
Could be in a different Washington cache.
No. No, I don't think we're doing that so much.
The Wyoming one you talked about?
No.
A couple of husband and wife, do you know?
I'm not going to talk about that.
What about other caches, like another cache?
Well, the other caches aren't related to any, I mean, that one in New York was the only one directly related to the murder as far as I know. The guns, some of the guns are stolen.
Well, that would give us something to go on if there was a cache that they could go and retrieve.
Yeah.
That would keep,
Everybody
I think
likes
that would
very
keep the
careful.
FBI busy.
Yeah. I'll have to think about which ones I'm willing to part with.
That's right.
That's right.
If you thought
It all still belongs to me.
Have a
so you
have a
know
candy
about
bar.
it.
if you thought of one that you wanted to give up, that maybe we might be able to work something out with our video.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, that's another issue, is the others I can't find just with satellite map, so
We'd have
I
to
can
do
give you
that.
general areas.
Yeah. Well, if you gave them a general area, they could probably get some.
We just have to have enough information to get a hold of, the attacked person.
That covers that area.
Right.
So again, it would be a cache, it's not related to anything, so you're really not giving up any of your cards to trade with.
Well, that's the issue. They're all related to stuff. They're just, yeah, I just have to think about it.
Well,
You
you
want
want
to try and remember what's in.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of interesting for you too. You'll get to see what's in there, and you'll get to see them again.
Yeah, and then
That
it's
may
like
be
one
the-
of those oh shit moments. Once you dig it up and I see what's in there.
Israel, there's been too many ocean.
Yeah, well, I've had enough. I've had my share for the year.
Well, this is just the way. Well, why don't you, if you were able to do that, I think that's going to buy us and give everybody something to do, and people like to have something to do. If they can be digging up a cache, and then you'll get to see how the video works, and you'll get to see what's in there.
How long does a body last in a freshwater lake? I mean, because there's no critters that eat
It depends how
bodies in
It depends
freshwater
how-
lakes, right?
deep, I learned a lot.
Because it depends on deep, the
Depends how deep it
temperature of
is,
the water.
and if the body's contained in something.
And it's not critters, it can be like
Bacteria.
Yeah.
Organ.
They were talking.
So if the water is below, say, 45 degrees all the time,
I would think that would be good. And I think you said up to 80 feet at one point in time, you told us.
no, there's one that's a lot deeper than that.
But 200 feet.
So we should get a submarine.
Or deeper. Deeper than 200 feet.
You guys know about Lake Crescent in Washington?
How deep is it?
I think that lake is 500 to 700 feet deep. They've
Really?
never been to the bottom of it. There's people who have gone off that lake, and they still haven't gone. Their cars are in.
And that's the lake.
That's one of the lakes.
So this is really deep. So this thing you're never going to be able to recover.
Well, it's
Man,
over
submarine.
200 feet.
You said 500 feet.
That's
the
the
lake.
deepest part, but
Oh.
I'm saying, I don't know how deep it was. I know the general area, and I had a fish finder, but it didn't register how deep it was. I just
It was
know
like-
it was over. 100
Maxed out
feet.
at 100 feet.
Oh, is that your fish finder goes to
I
100?
think, I don't remember, I just know, if you've been to the lake, you would see what I'm talking about. drops down like a V, so. depending
But
on
you
how-
didn't go to the 500-foot place as far as...
No, I wasn't, I was near the edge, but, 30 feet out from the bank on that lake, it drops down to 50, 60 feet already, and anyway.
The lab was talking about a case recently, actually, where they recovered a car that had been submerged in water. And I don't know how deep it was even in, but it was a relatively cold lake. And because it had been submerged and water still got in, but critters and other things weren't able to get in the car. And that was in the 40s, in the 1940s, and part of the body was still intact because the person was protected by the car. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. But there will definitely, even if there wasn't skin or things like that, long bones can be recovered. It'll just be missing small bones.
Yeah, I know they tend to move around.
But if there's other specifics in terms of things that you know of depths and temperatures and that kind of stuff, you can certainly make some phone calls and find out what.
Well, I figured you would have guessed that. That was pretty obvious. But I always have been curious as to what it would look like. I would think as deep as that lake is, it's probably sitting there just exactly as it was when it first touched down.
Could be.
I know most freshwater lakes that deep, there aren't even that many fish that go down that deep.
But that one's not in anything, it's just ropes or something hold it.
Is that the milk jugs that you said?
Well, that's what the weights were.
Milk jugs, how many milk jugs? Are they going to move around?
No, I don't.
How many milk jugs are you talking about?
At least 4 or 5, I would think.
Just for one bottle?
Yeah.
Well, what about a cache that they can work on for next week?
Well, the easiest would be Washington. So I know my way around there a little better.
The agents are ready.
But I have to think about it.
I'm trying to remember what's in it.
Do you want them to line? Do you want them to line it up? That's the thing. We can't make the decision that day because they won't have time to. Yeah, they won't have time to line it up.
You think
Oh,
about
you
it
mean
over
the
the
live
weekend.
feed?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But if you think about it over the weekend or something,
Yeah.
And if there's anything you want, like,
Can you give me like an hour on the internet, maybe? Before we do this.
You want an hour on each?
You do a little research first. I've been an info blackout for too long.
I think that's, you think about that, and if there's anything you want short-term in terms of...
I was joking, I wouldn't do that anyway.
No, I'm not talking about the internet. I'm talking about, like, if you want some sort of, all right, I'm going to do this, but,
you wouldn't do that on the internet if we set a computer down here? You
Oh,
wouldn't do
because I know you're just going to go right to everywhere I went.
I wouldn't do that to you. But yeah, no, anything, to kind of satisfy any short-term goals you have, even if it's just food or coffee or, whatever. Obviously, it's coffee anyway, but, again, it's sort of a situation where I think you're not giving up anything, just giving us help with wherever we need to persuade. And
Right.
I think it,
No, I can see I see your point of view, I do, on this, but at the same time, I have my own frustrations right now as well, so.
But even like this is productive. This will be viewed as productive. You said you came over, we got stuff, and so
It's only productive from a non-prosecuting attorney's point of view.
it's productive to us.
Fellas, you already got me on enough stuff. It's okay. It's okay. I'm
You
not getting out on bail anytime
You keep
soon.
thinking that I'm not trying to work with you. I am, but from my perspective, Israel said he's going to do a lot of things in a short time frame, and we've been sitting here
Yeah.
plugging
well,
months away. And
Believe me, I'm aware of the months clicking. I'm just, have a new appreciation for things being done at a different speed, that's all.
So let me just make sure I'm clear on the cash. Do you have a general area now that you can give us, or do you want to think about it?
Washington, right?
But I mean, even
Oh,
there's
the two
it's a big
districts.
state, and we have offices in a bunch of places, so we have to figure out which office we're working with.
Within 50 or 100 miles of.
Is there anything close to Nia Bay or out
Well,
in that
yeah,
area?
yeah, not near Nia Bay, but in that.
That area? Okay.
That'd be Ted.
outside of Seattle, between Seattle and
Yeah.
Bay.
Right.
You already met those agents already, so it's not like
Yes,
we're bringing new
arrange with
people.
them.
Did I see that top picture?
There's more pictures from this too. I didn't grab them all. I can print them all out and have them for you next time. I know there were a couple, a lot of gun parts and pieces, but I don't feel any notes in this one. So, I can grab a bunch of the pictures, that's nice. Okay, so, do you want me to try to set that up for next week? I don't know, I'm obviously not gonna know a day until
From
I'm
Port Angeles there.
somewhere.
Port Angeles.
Yeah, I don't set up a time yet. I gotta try and remember.
Once you get the computer, you can look right now if you want.
Is that going to help
An
you
area.
remember?
Google.
Google, you can look at Google right now if you want.
Well, you know the area.
I
right?
know the area.
he doesn't-
I'm
he's
trying to remember what's in it.
He's trying to remember what he has in
That's
it.
probably not going to be on Google.
No.
We can try that together, we'll just open it up and do like Al Capone's vaults.
It's not that impressive. It's just, I'm more concerned about the little stuff that might be in it. Well. Things you never thought you'd be talking about. And then on the Tupper Lake thing, you had agents up there with the cameras, but you just wanted to talk about the bank robbery, or were you?
Well, what we had set up was we just had them at the bank robbery parking lot to show you the live feed that we could do.
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
We didn't have any expectations, but we thought the natural progression, because of
Right.
what we've been talking, would be in that general area, so we wanted to get things moving there.
Right.
You know, and if you wanted to just like pull out of the parking lot and then take us to the river bend, that's all the better.
Well,
But
yeah, I was just.
You would be driving.
yeah, it would be like you'd be driving. So. Because we thought maybe that's how it's going to have to be eventually, maybe, is that you might have to be in the driver's seat, so to speak, to see, landmarks or whatever you need to see.
Yeah.
It's almost as good as being out.
I'd like to tell you we were going to drive you to the dig site, and we were going to show you what we were doing, but
Yeah, I'm having a harder time remembering roads than Port Angeles when I wasn't. I'm sure I can figure it out.
well, you need that computer for an hour or two to refresh your.
No, I just haven't driven this road in Washington. All right, well,
So we won't set it up, we'll just
We'll get them working on it though, because
get their
it's-
tech,
Yeah, the tech geeky guy has to
their geek
get
squad.
the camera and get everything all kind of set up.
right.
So we will get that moving, and then we can touch base with you at the beginning of next week. And have a better idea of what your schedule is going to be like, and figure out when everything. And I'll know at that point what their schedule is going to be, then we can maybe figure out sometime that will work.
Yeah, we might be able to have another meeting next week anyway. Might have a opportunity there, so. Apparently that was the issue today.
All right, what we may do then, Jeff and I may come by the jail and just figure out that piece that we were just talking about the timing, and then we can go from there.
In the meantime, I'm supposed to talk to them on tomorrow, and I'll just tell them that, just moving on, use other clues and use that to our advantage.
Yeah, I don't really understand the whole remote and stuff.
Well, it's frustrating from our perspective as well.
I mean, hypothetically, if they charge me federally, would they indict me up here, or would they? I just don't understand, considering everything else that's going on, why they would, or how, I guess not why, but how it would work. I don't, like the logistics of it.
Well, like I said, they want to be able to have solved that crime solved.
Right, they want to put my name on it, I
That's right.
understand that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
right.
going to be officially solved till,
Exactly.
I know, but they want to be able to put
Right.
your name to it.
Right,
And,
I understand that.
And then the question is, how's that going to work? Do they want to file charges there? And that's what we're talking about.
And it's a lot easier for them just to stomach it if they, their forbearance is giving rise to clues to other murders, whatever those clues might be. I think
Yeah.
that is able to accomplish our goal.
I understand their perspective, I
Yeah.
guess, but well, from my perspective, though, even if they were to officially charge me at this point, it's not like it would be real breaking news anyway.
I think, in some ways it would be, because no law enforcement person has ever confirmed that you're
Right.
attached to that, so.
It would just be confirmation of everyone's current speculation.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm not interested in it from that point. I was just interested in it from a logistics point. Like, do they have to fly me to Vermont if they're going to charge me, or will I do it here?
Those are some of the questions.
We're hoping not to get there.
Is it warmer in Vermont?
It just got snowed the other day. When we talked to them Monday, it just snowed, they told us.
They got more snow than us then.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a quota for last year.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I will run the busy up
You
and
got to take a leak or anything before we take it out? You're not going to eat this?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.